various reasons. My stream just randomly ended on YouTube. What the hell? My stream randomly ended on YouTube and pulled up a Black Myth Wukong episode. What the hell? That's some craziness. Why would my live stream just randomly end and then start a Black Myth Wukong episode? That's so weird. Let me go ahead and edit this real quick since I'm apparently on a Black Myth Wukong episode. Why am I on a Black Myth Wukong episode? I don't understand. Disa don't make no sense. No sense. Download. Save your bitches. Okay. That is so freaking weird. Okay, well, I fixed the stream, but no data. The stream will end shortly. Excellent connection. What the hell is even going on right now? There's like no notifications over here. I'm so confused. Is there something wrong with my internet? Speed test. Let's do a quick speed test and like lag the crap out of everything. Okay. 548.99 download. Over 100 uploads, so there's nothing wrong with my internet connection. Yeah, I don't have any, I don't know what's wrong. Certainly doesn't seem bad. Maybe there's something wrong with the multi-stream servers, or maybe YouTube's just like cracking up. It's my... Oh, I forgot I've got filters on this thing. Filters, edit filters, filter fish. There you go. There's my my speed test results. I don't know what the hell's going on. Certainly seems to be fine. Oh my god, just let me freaking resize it. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I don't know what the hell's going on. It's the poopy. Boom, 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 boom. I gotta set up a new poll. No, we're doing the same old poll. Same poll. Okay. Anyway, back to the show. Back to the show. If the internet's dying, then the internet's dying. What's up, Cryptor? Thanks for the Prime sub, man. I appreciate it. Hail to the frickin' Yeezaw. Alright. So, we're probably going to go with something lightning related. I don't know. We want it to be nature magic. We want it to be storm. I don't know if lightning storm is the right choice, but maybe lightning storm is the right choice. I don't know. We could always dive into that section and get like the free lightning strikes, which sounds kind of fun. It's just something to spend points on anyway, because we can't spend points on anything over here. um, it's kind of silly, but when you're stuck like this, you really can't spend like points on anything. Basic skills generate more spirit. Maximum spirit is increased by 3. Human druid caster is possible. I mean, I don't think that it really matters for what we're doing, but I mean, why not? I grab some of this. Let's see. So we're definitely going 5, 5. We could probably skimp on the poison creeper. The poison creeper's not 100% necessary. We want the companion skill bonuses, Call of the Wild, and we also want clarity, which is the one that gives us more damage when we use our companion skills, because that helps us out tremendously. And we're probably just gonna go with the critically strike. When you critically strike, your wolves gain 25% attack speed. That's nice. And then we're gonna go with the enhanced poisoning there. We're definitely gonna grab 3 in Endless Tempest because that's gonna get us the increase in duration on our Cataclysm, which is what we need. We need more Cataclysm. Lightning Bolt damage is increased by 10%. Storm skills have a 10% chance to make enemies vulnerable for, we want this. So this is going to allow us to make enemies vulnerable with the ravens, because ravens will be storm skills now. And it's also going to allow us to make enemies vulnerable with the wolves, which is because the wolves are also storm skills. So this is just really good for what we're setting up, because it gives us permanent vulnerability on basically everything, which is very, very nice. We don't really want Hurricane. We'll think about it, maybe. Maybe. We're going 5 into Cataclysm, though, boys. 5 into Cataclysm. And we're also going to be building into the whole nature magic thing, because obviously we have nature magic, right? So technically, these guys are storm. I don't know if they're actually nature. Now that I think about it, that'd be something we gotta check out. Hmm. Hmm. We definitely do want Catastrophe, though. We're going to put 3 into Catastrophe. And down here, I'm not exactly sure what we go with. Probably one with Nature, but you could also potentially go with Bestial Rampage, which is also really powerful this season. Bestial Rampage and one with Nature are both really good. The thing is that Bestial Rampage might be better now. I don't know. So there is an aspect. It's always been in the game. It's really good. It's called where's the take that out of the way. Aspect of the Wild Rage. Your companions gain the bonuses from your Bestial Rampage key passive. And you can actually get a lot of usefulness out of this because your companions basically are getting the full bonus of the bestial rampage. It does, however, require that you use werewolf and werebear skills. Which is interesting. Yeah, and there's also an item that beefs up Bestial Rampage. So there's two particular ways that you could go with this. You can go the Bestial Rampage method, and you can get the Bestial Rampage bonuses and using the aspect for the Bestial Rampage. Or you can go with the one with Nature, which gives you one more companion and gives you 80 times % increased damage and all the passives. They're both really good. They're not, neither one of them are bad. I think for the way that we're building this, I think the one with Nature is the better play for us. So at this point, we have 13 points left. And I'm not exactly sure what we put them in. Let's do a little bit of research real quick. And we're going to play around. So let's go back over to the panel, skill panel real quick. We're going to put in our abilities. So we're going to be using Wind Shear, and we're going to be using Lightning Storm. We're using Lightning Storm because we can scale damage with Lightning Storm. That's basically how it works. Lightning Storm does crit, right? I can't remember if it crits. It is important that it's able to crit. And I can't remember for some reason whether or not you can crit with Lightning Storm. I'm pretty sure you can. If you can crit with Lightning Storm, then we're got solid. If not, we might have to go with Tornado. I don't know. Tornado's nature magic, not storm magic. Or is it? It does count as storm magic, but it's not lightning damage. Isn't Tornado like physical in the skill tree? Yeah, it's physical. So this is lightning and this is physical. We could always like hop onto a Druid real quick and test it. Because of course, if it doesn't crit, then that's completely useless. There's a couple reasons why we have to have crits, and one of them is to be able to reset our companion skills, which is what we really want. Boom, 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 boom. We should get some music bumping too. Music, 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 music. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. What the hell is VHS? This is interesting. Sounds like I'm in an 80s arcade. Alright, so we need to go back to town and test Lightning Storm. Okay, I gotta pull some points. Gimme, 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 gimme all your points. Gimme, 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 gimme all your points. I need some points. I need some points, points, points. I need some points. I need some points. I need some points. Points, 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 points. Alright, so we just need to make sure we get a crit, right? Oh, saw a crit right away. So yeah, It definitely crits. I think that's great. That'll work just fine. Alright, so we got our answer. That's all we needed. We just needed to know whether or not we could crit with Lightning Storm, which I wanted to make sure before we do the build. Alright, so we have 13 more points to spend at our disposal. We have no defensive skill, which is unfortunate. But we might not need a defensive skill. I'm not entirely sure. With the amount of minions that we're going to be rocking, like, we going to be pretty darn safe. We're going to be pretty darn safe. I think we're going to be pretty darn safe. So, I don't know if we even really need a defensive in this build. We might not. We could, you know, shore that up a little bit and give ourselves some additional bonuses. Let's go ahead and grab humanity, because we're not going to be transforming into a werewolf. We do want to take 1 in neurotoxin, and we also want to take 3 in envenom. The reason why we want to do this is because you and your companions gain 30% bonus critical strike damage against poisoned enemies. We're going to be 100% crit, so this is going to help us out. We don't care about any of the quick shift passives. We got 6 points left. We most likely want defensive posture. And we most likely want Nature's Resolve. I think that pretty much clears it. So now we move into the fun stuff, which is the nitty-gritty. Actually, you know what? Let's pull 2 points from that and put 2 points in the Charged Atmosphere. I think we're gonna like Charged Atmosphere with this build. So we're gonna play around with some fun stuff with this. The next rune word that we're gonna be using in this. Honestly, I think Harlequin Crest is probably our best bet for this build, by the way. I think we're probably in the Harlequin Crest territory. We're going to be using the new Lightning Storm rune. Now, I'm a little interested in potentially how many of these we could potentially spawn. So, hear me out. This is going to get a little bit insane. So, as a summoner, we're in a unique opportunity to overflow this tremendously. Now, what do I mean by overflow this tremendously? Well, you can spawn 1 lightning bolt for 20 offering, okay? So let's think about this for a second. The Nagu rune allows us to maintain 1 active summon for 5 seconds, gaining 100 offering per summon, up to 6 maximum summons, which we are definitely going to have, right? So, if we do a little math here, and we multiply this out, we are going to end up with 100 times 6 divided by 20, which is a total of 30 lightning strikes every 5 seconds. Kinda insane, right? A little insane. Little bit. So, I'm thinking we move the Nagu rune over here. And the reason why we do that is so we can get massive numbers of lightning strikes with the Chalk rune. And then in the place of the Nagu rune, we can put a bunch of different things. We could potentially put a Lith for standing still. If we're going to be using if we're going to be using Lightning Storm, we're going to be standing still a lot anyway, so that makes a lot of sense. We could potentially put a Neo rune here. We could put a couple different runes here. There's definitely options. The cooldown one would work fairly well. There's options. We probably want critical strike damage since we're going to have 100% critical strike chance on our minions. So that's going to be pretty powerful for us. So yes. Which leaves our armor, our boots. We want, I don't know what we want. We need something defensive, that's for sure. So we're probably going to end up going with that companion one. The Spirit Bond aspect, which is 17.5% of damage taken would be taken directed across your companions. In addition, your companions cannot die. That one's going to be pretty powerful for us. And of course, we're going to take willpower gems. And then for the booties, let's take a look at the uniques. I can't remember if there's anything like super duper ridiculous for this build. I mean, Flicker Stabs wouldn't be awful to maintain 100% uptime on Majolnik Ring, but might not necessarily be the best option. There is a really nice one for companions, which allows us to get like super amounts of movement speed. It's you gain 20% movement speed for 5 seconds, up to 60%. So casting companion skills. So as you spam companion skills, you just get huge amounts of movement speed. So you get Poison Creeper 20%, Ravens 20%, Wolves 20%, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and it just stacks up, and you just maintain a constant 60% increased movement speed, which is really, really nice. So that's probably a good play as well. And then we go into the Paragon board. The Paragon board is where we're going to get a lot of our power for this build. So let's go ahead and start pushing up the Paragon board. We're just going to take any random rune for the moment. No need to pay attention to that. We're obviously going to be grabbing the board for the companions, which is casting a companion skill grants increased companion damage, yada yada yada. We're also going to be grabbing Thunderstruck because many of our things are lightning abilities, and we're also going to be stacking lightning ourselves. So we're going to be utilizing that. We're also going to grab Heightened Malice, which is going to be really powerful for us, and Ancestral Guidance as well because we're going to be spending resource. I can't remember if Ancestral Guidance works with Cataclysm, the Cataclysm Ring, now that I think about it. Wasn't there a patch about that recently? It was like in Season 6, there was some patch with the Cataclysm Ring. The Majolnik apparently wasn't working with Ancestral Guidance, and I think they made it work with Ancestral Guidance, or am I wrong? Maybe one of you guys remembers better than I do. So we're going to go with Untamed first. Let's go ahead and grab Untamed. And vulnerable damage and resistances. We're going to play it safe, and we're going to go the resistance side, because a lot of the times that is what you need on these characters is resistance. We grab a We don't care about companion cooldown reduction because we're going to be resetting our companions all the time anyway. That's literally a waste for us, so we're not even going to like blink at that. Companion, when somebody says companion cooldown reduction, you immediately just say, ha! Companion schmanions. Companion cooldown reduction is going to spanion reduction. Or something along those lines. We'll go this way, we'll take this. Damage reduction from elites and maximum life is always welcome. We're also going to go up this way, because why not? We're close to both of these. So we're going to grab Thunderstruck. Thunderstruck is going to be integral to the build. Because the Wolves will count as Storm skills. This means that the Wolves and the Ravens will both scale based on Thunderstruck, which is where we're going to get a lot of our damage output. This is also going to help, obviously, our Thunderstorm, which is what we need. We're also going to be grabbing Heightened Malice, which we're going to be poisoning things all the time with the Poison Creeper. We will never not be poisoning things. So this is also going to be very powerful for our build. They actually enhanced it quite tremendously now, so now it doesn't just offer damage to multiple monsters. Now it also has a bonus to bosses, so it's even more powerful than it was previously, which is really, really nice. Let's take the... Just go ahead and grab anything here, doesn't matter. And then we're going to go up and we're going to grab these. Damage reduction from poisoned is nice. We can make a detour and grab the DR while from poisoned. We probably won't need the poison resistance, so we'll snark that. And of course we're going to grab Heightened Malice, and we got the nodes. Let's go ahead and just grab the basic nodes here, so that we have an idea of what we're looking at. Alright, and then up here, we of course want to grab the Thunderstruck node, so that's going to be important. Damage reduction from vulnerable, that's really nice. We're going to grab that. What's over here? Vulnerable and critical strike chance. We don't need critical strike chance. The vulnerable would be nice, but we don't need critical strike chance. We're going to be like through the moon on critical strike chance. In fact, our minions are going to be at 100%. Let's go ahead and choose another random gem. Doesn't matter. Alright, we are close to this one, so let's use this one for our next one. How many boards is that we've taken so far? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, so this will be our last board, the 5th board. Ancestral Guidance, I think, is the play. We don't want Survival Instincts, because that's Werebear. We don't want Lust for Carnage, because that's Werewolf. However... So, there's an interesting play here, which is if you go full wolves and you use the aspect of the alpha, Lust for Carnage does enhance the damage of the werewolves, as far as I'm aware. Although it has been bugged in the past several times, by the way, and kind of sucks horribly. But hopefully, you know, knock on wood, that, you know, it actually works this time. So, we'll see. One of the reasons why I'm not diving into the Druid at launch is that they seem to never get this stuff fixed properly. Ancestral Guidance working with Cataclysm is, I think, our main bet, because it's generic damage that applies to everything. Let's see if there's some information on it recently. We need recent information. Bow, bow, bow. I could have sworn there was a patch notes for it. I think maybe we need to... take a look at the patch notes. Let's take a look at the patch notes. It was in one of the older patch notes. I'm fairly certain, if I remember correctly, like sometime around Season 6, when I think it was like maybe 2.0 patch notes. I think in the 2.0 patch notes they noted something about Majolnik. I think it was in like, oh god, there's like 1,000 patch notes here. Most of these are hot fixes. God, I don't even know how to frickin'... It's like RYNG, right? Bow, 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 bow. That was a super loud car that just drove by. Let's just check the base, like, patch notes. Druid, Thunderstruck, Earth and Devastation. Ancestral Guidance is listed 3 times. Okay. Ugh, super long patch notes. Let's check that other one that was pretty long. What was that at? So not in there. I'm gonna assume that it's not. Ginger coming from Scotland. That was one of the president's speeches ever. One of the president's what speeches ever? Best, worst, weirdest. I didn't get a... You said, please give us a leader like him. I'm assuming that you meant best. We're going to Mars, baby. Aren't you guys ready to go to Mars? We're going to go plant a flag on Mars. He said we're going to go plant a flag on Mars. That's what he said. Okay. We're going to plant a flag on Mars. So, yeah. We're going to plant a flag on Mars, and that's what we do. Okay, cars, and we're going to buy a rocket ship everywhere we go, all the way to Mars, and we're going to make them know that Mars is for USA. Put a flag in the dirt, going to let them all know that we going to make it work. I don't know. He said a lot of good stuff in that speech. He got elected by the United States. The majority. A big majority. We try not to talk about politics around here, but, you know, I don't think going to Mars is politics. So I don't think ancestral guidance works. I'm just going to, like, veto it right there. Gone. Doesn't work. Okay. Which leaves us with Constricting Tendrils, which is additional poisoning damage. Earthen Devastation doesn't work. Inner Beast doesn't work. Survival Instincts doesn't work. The only thing left is Lust for Carnage. So I'm assuming we go Lust for Carnage. The reason why we go Lust for Carnage is because the werewolves, I think, do technically count as werewolves for that particular, you know, like, passive. So that is something. We may not take, like, well, critical strike damage is nice. You won't complain about critical strike damage. We're probably not going to take the... Well, I guess we could take the werewolf damage, too. Like, what does it matter? We're getting it for the wolves. And we got some resistances and some life over here. Who doesn't like resistances and life? That's nice. We also got attack speed. Let's take the attack speed. I don't care about the maximum spirit. And let's take the resistances. Okay, so that leaves us with how many points left? We got 98 points. That should be plenty to finish what we're trying to do. Alright, so first things first, we got to figure out what glyphs we want to use. We're not going for poison specifically. I love you, Poison Creeper, but I don't think poison is the way to go. Let's see here. First off, we definitely want the lightning damage one, the one that increases the lightning bolts. We want the lightning damage in general, because the lightning damage is going to enhance our minions. So this one is Dexterity. So Fulminate is Dexterity. We want a really high Dex board. So that's 54, that's 74. 74 might be the highest. So this one's going to go here. We're going to put Fulminate here. The reason why we're going to prioritize Fulminate is because we're doing lightning damage and our minions are doing lightning damage, right? So this is a cross-purpose thing. We're trying to get more damage on both of our effects, not just simply one of our effects, right? So in this particular case, we're going to be stacking a Dexterity, and we can get tons of Dexterity on this board. This board's made for Dex, and that gives us 74 Dexterity on this board, so that's good. Next, we want some of the companion buffs. Let's see what we got for companion buffs. There's the Keeper, which is you and your companions deal times 15% increased non-physical damage. We are dealing non-physical damage. We're doing mainly lightning. And the Seth wolves are dealing frost. So that should work for everybody, which is definitely going to be what we want. This is a rare nodes, though. So we're going to want to put this in a place that has some good rare nodes. Somewhere where we can get the most damage bonus. We do have some scaling multipliers that we have to satiate. One of them is the Thunderstruck board, which is close damage. So if we have a node, like for instance this one, that gives close damage, that's going to be our best bet. So we're going to throw this one here. with the close damage. So that's going to give us a rare node increase on our close damage, which is going to give us more close damage for our Thunderstruck node, which will help us satiate that without having to worry about too many other things. And we got to grab intelligence here, so let's go ahead and grab some ints. And I think that is enough. Yes. We don't need any more than is necessary to satiate the bonus. Next. What else do we want? We also have the Wilds one, which is the passive portion of companion skills deal 130% times increased damage. It also gives us bonus companion damage, which is going to be pretty nice. I think we probably want this one, especially since it also affects the rune word wolves. So this one is intelligence. So we probably put that one here. I think 69 is our highest intelligence. Oh no, we got 79 here. Okay. So we'll throw the wilds there, which is going to give us a huge amount of intelligence nearby for this. And that gives us 79 intelligence into our companion damage, which is going to be powerful. We still have a couple more that are wasted here, so we're going to fix everything. I would like to bring the electrocution glyph in, which increases the lightning bolt damage. I think this one's going to be powerful for us, especially since it has lightning damage bonus and it also has some other things. This one's willpower, which... I mean, we've got willpower on a bunch of these boards. It's not really that big of a deal. We've already got Keeper there. We've already got Wilds there. Fulminate is not one of my glyphs. Oh no, that's the lightning one. Okay. And then we've got Fang and Claw there. So we've got, let's put electrocution here instead. And then we can get all the willpower that we want. So willpower is good for us anyway because it gives us damage bonuses as a druid. So stacking willpower is never going to be a bad thing for us. My stream on Twitch just died like 3 times. Unstable internet connection. My internet connection's fine, so it must be the multi-stream service. Oh yeah, before I forget, I gotta do my contractually obligated duty and play my ad.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Haha. Okay, so we got one more to choose from, and I think we probably just make... I think what we want for our last one. Crit would probably be good. We might want to go into a crit build. We could also go for more close damage bonus so we can stack more crit on our gear. And we do get damage reduction from the territorial, which gives us close, which might be where we go. I think that's probably a good idea. And then we can just stack decks here. And that pretty much covers that. That's all our glyphs: Territorial, Wilds, Keeper, Fulminate, and Electrocution. And this builds us into, I don't know, a bunch of stuff. We got 42 extra points to spend. Okay. 42 extra points. What do we dump our 42 extra points into? We've got vulnerable damage over here. Let's grab this vulnerable damage and lucky hit chance. We got 32 points left. There was a impairment reduction, maximum life per second. We could use some more damage reduction. That would be nice. More life wouldn't be bad either. Let's take the life nodes down here and the armor nodes. And then, so max lightning res. There's max lightning res up here. We probably want that. It's also vulnerable damage. Let's take the vulnerable damage. We don't necessarily care about the crit chance, but whatever. And then we can take the max lightning res up here, and that leaves us with like 5 points left. Man, did we like mess up somehow? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do have 5 boards. Okay. Take that resist node. Why does it seem like I'm missing a dex node somewhere? 54. It says 59. So I'll run that there. There we go. Okay. What's up, Diamond? How's it going? I mean, we might as well grab this. Oh, can't even do that. Okay, never mind. Is this willpower? It's willpower. Why am I missing you? Grab more willpower. How much is here? 110. So we got that. 74 dex. We got that. Might as well grab some poison resistance. Alright, so this boy's done. I think this one's going to be a pretty powerful character. Let's go ahead and save the build. GGM's Druid Summon Zoo. Actually, we could put Druid Lightning Summon Zoo. There we go. Copy build link. Oh wait, no, share. Copy link. Alright, here you go, guys. There's the Lightning Zoo Druid. This one's going to be powerful. I know it will be. There's probably going to be bugs, though. There always is. And there may be some scaling problems with the way that it works. Last time they did this... How's Season 7? It's tomorrow. Season 7's tomorrow, so I don't know. It's tomorrow. Alright, so what are we theory crafting next? What do we got on the list? On the bonanza list here. The bonanza list. So we finished this. So that one's done. We did a necromancer with the Dujink. So this one's finished too, like the blood minion necromancer. So that one's done. I would like to try and theorycraft a Bone Storm build, but we'll see. A pure lightning one, it could be really fun this season too. utilizing the new lightning rune and going like full into the lightning build. So getting, using like the lightning storm unique gloves as an example. If you changed it up a little bit and you drop the minions, of course, you could potentially utilize things like unsung aesthetic wraps. You could utilize the new rune word. I'd probably still run minions with the build anyway because it's the easiest way to get large numbers of strikes coming down. I think having like a decent number of minions with this actually helps tremendously. But you could definitely make an entire build around that as well. It would be really similar to the build that I'm currently like running on the zoo part, except instead of running all zoo stuff, you would just run all lightning storm stuff, and you would mainly just go directly into lightning storm. You could still run cataclysm. I mean, I don't really know if it's even really worth doing a separate build, because technically, like, you could pretty much just copy this build, and you could just do like let's do like GGM's lightning storm spam or something like that, right? And pretty much all you would have to do is change out some of the aspects. You'd probably still keep the minions, because you would want the Nagu rune to activate the Chalk rune, so that would still be very powerful for you. You would obviously change out some of these aspects, though, like you would be utilizing the unsung aesthetic wraps, which is going to get you your lightning storm damage. You're also probably going to swap out a lot of these aspects, so like you're not going to be using the shepherd's aspect anymore. The Stormcrow aspect might be useful to turn the crows into a lightning ability, which you can actually scale, which isn't bad. So that's not terrible. You're probably still going to be using Majolnik, so you would probably take this out. Aspect of the Alpha would definitely go. You wouldn't want to use that anymore. Aspect of the Stampede would probably go as well, so you would probably yank that. Actually, I'm not entirely 100% sure if you would yank that, because if you're using the Nagu, you're going to want 6 summons is what you're going to want. Although I'm not entirely sure if these summons count, right? So if you have the wolves, that's 3, and then you have the ravens, that's 1, and then you have the poison creeper, that's 5. But the frog might count. I'll have to do some testing with that. Like the frog might count, the fire bats might count, the vengeful spirit might count. So you could potentially do this maybe without the summons. I don't know. Or the stampede aspect might be required for this to make it work. Either way, you could still use the Storm's Companion too if you wanted to, because the Storm's Companion is going to convert the wolves into lightning, which is going to allow you to scale them based on your lightning damage modifiers. So you could still go that way as well. It would just be less companions and more lightning is what it would be. Trying to think what you would go here. Like, you could go Runeworker's Conduit, you could go, like, Lightning Dancer's Aspect. Set this guy up as, like, a Thor build. Just, like, the lightning coming down from the heavens. Runeworker's Conduit, your lightning bolt damage is increased by 15% of every 100 willpower that you have. I wonder if that applies to the random ones that come from the rune word too. Could be rather interesting. How would we set this one up for a full lightning build? I think we definitely drop you. One gigabyte DDR3? Texture memory might not be enough. I mean, in this particular build, it might be better to go Tempest Roar. Convert Lightning Storm into a werewolf ability. I'm trying to think for this one. Thinking. Let's play around with the skill tree real quick so we can get a better idea of what we might do. So we're going to, obviously, we would drop the companion stuff because we're not going to be doing, like, full companions. We would still want the companions. We just wouldn't be doing full companions, which is fine. We could swap the Brutal Wolves over to, like, for instance, Fortify, which is really nice. We could still run Clarity, which gives us a damage bonus. Definitely nice to have the damage bonus for casting the minions. Probably go deeper into like some of this stuff, like the extra lightning bolt that comes down when you hit vulnerable, immobilized, or stunned enemies, and then this one also that increases the damage of the lightning bolts. So we probably end up going full into that. Cataclysm still ends up getting maxed out. So does Catastrophe. I mean, this is fine. We probably end up going into Nature Magic skill damage bonuses, as well as Nature Magic healing, which is nice. This one might not work, though, if we're using Cataclysm to make ourselves have Infinite Spirit, which could be unfortunate. We could always drop that to 1, go like 3 here. Probably end up going like multiple there as well. I mean, most of this pretty much the same. We just end up dropping a couple things here or there. It's not like terrible. Paragon board would change a little bit. Obviously, we wouldn't want the Keeper and the Wilds. So we could take those out. So the Wilds would disappear. And then we would also take out Keeper. We'd keep Fulminate and Electrocution. Keeper goes. At which point we would bring in some other ones to increase our nature magic damage or whatever we can make happen. There's a couple ways you could do it. You could definitely do the lightning, the werewolf portion. I think the werewolf portion might be the best play. Go in like Tempest Roar. Headhunter actually is probably a good play, so we could just grab willpower. Is it already activated? It is already activated. That's good. And then... we take the human glyph. That's a good one, actually. And we get to save a bunch of doojanks. Because we don't need intelligence here anymore. We need willpower. I mean, we could swap the werewolf board, but I'm not really sure what we even swap it for. I mean, Survival Instincts is Werebear, that's a no-go. Inner Beast is Shapeshifting, Spirit Cost reduced, we're not Shapeshifting. Earthen is Earth abilities, we're not using Earth abilities. I guess we could grab Constricting Tendrils, but Ancestral Guidance doesn't work with Majolnik, so we're left out in the dust there. So, I think that's pretty much it. And I think we probably just swap helmets. So instead of Harlequin Crest, we end up going with Tempest Roar, so that Lightning Storm is a... I mean, one way or another. Like, either we do it this way or we do it the other way. I think we do it this way. I like this way better, to be perfectly honest. Which means that we probably need to pull this board, because this board is just useless for us. It's pretty well useless for us, unfortunately. So yeah, I think we just X out this board. What do we have here? We've got Electrocution. So we close out this board. And I don't know what we put in its place, though. I guess Constricting Tendrils? I mean, Constricting Tendrils might not be the best board in the world, but it's free damage, free poisoning, I guess. I don't really think it's the most amazing board, though. I mean, it's better than the Werewolf board, which is giving us nothing, but... Yeah, will you click? Oh, am I out of points? Okay, hold on. Alright, I think that pretty much does it. We can pull that armor, grab one more of these. I mean, that's just about right. I mean, the only thing that's in here that's like extra is the companion board. I mean, other than the companion board being in here, which I don't really see a lot of other options for boards. Like, Ancestral Guidance is basically useless. Because we're not getting the bonus. Earthen Devastation, useless. Inner Beast, useless. Lust for Carnage, useless. And the Werebear one is also useless. So I think we're pretty much done there. We obviously need to replace our aspects here, so... What do we throw in here? We've got 3 offensive aspects open because we're not going into the... into the companion side of things. None of the uniques are particularly powerful, so I think we just go with aspects. I think Runeworker's Conduit is really powerful, and I think that probably needs to go on the amulet. So I think we throw Runeworker's Conduit on the amulet. I also think that as far as lightning abilities go, there's the Lightning Dancers aspect, which also helps us. The Overcharged aspect, which overloads the target, causing any direct damage you deal to them to pulse additional damage to surrounding enemies. I think we probably go with the Lightning Dancers aspect, because I think that one actually applies our damage bonus from our main effects. There's also the new ultimate one, which we should probably take. Gives us additional damage every single time that we use our ability. So we get 30% increased damage for 8 seconds every time we cast our ultimate, and we gain 2 additional skill ranks. That'll probably help us out tremendously too, because we're going to be spamming Cataclysm. And then from here, we probably go crits. We don't need the Spirit Wolves. we can replace this with something else. I was actually thinking, since we don't have a defensive on the bar, could be really useful if we just grab the bulwark one, so that we get like free earthen bulwarks all the time. I'm not sure if that one's going to be enough, but definitely something we could consider. And then we also have the summon one in here, I think. Yeah, the summoned one. So we don't want the summoned one in here anymore. Because we're not beefing up the summon, specifically gonna do something else. It's gonna be real cool. Probably the Moonlight Ward, and then probably Voice of the Stars, I would assume. And we just need to make sure we have an aura active, which is pretty easy to do. So we can just do like siphoning works pretty good. It's a way we can heal ourselves as well. We've got 3 growth and decay powers. Yes, we do. We don't need grow anymore. We're not really that worried about our minions, so we can pull that one. Let's grab the Twilight Warding for the additional barrier. We still need 3 growth and decay powers, which we still have. We can swap out the Firebat Servants, though, which we don't necessarily need. So let's check the list here and see what else we can throw into the mix. I think a Hex of Flames would be really nice. Like, I think I just took that off of there, but having a Hex and an Aura together is definitely powerful. And I did ever set up the Mercenary for this person, but it doesn't matter. Now, you don't necessarily need to use Storm's Companion or the Stormscrow aspect, but the general idea of this is that you're keeping the lightning damage theme going so that your Stormscrow and your minions are still doing the lightning damage and you're scaling off of it. But if you wanted to, you could definitely replace Stormcrow's aspect. And you could definitely replace the Storm's Companion Pants. That's 100% possible. Let's go ahead and save that. Alright, so let's I'm going to copy this one, and we're going to put this one in there. This is just kind of like slapped together. It should work, no problem, but there's definitely min-maxing you could do. You could pull out the minions entirely. It just depends on what you want to set up for. Alright, so got this one. I'm going to copy and paste that one in the chat for you guys too, if you guys want to play with that. Alright, so next. What do we want to set up next? I don't know. Let's do some Sorceress. Let's do a Sorceress. A Sorceress. A Sorceress. Sorc, 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 Sorcer, 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 Sorc. Sorcer, 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 Sorc, Sorcer, 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 Sorc. Bow, 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 bow. Let's just go Spark. We're going to want to do core skills increase damage when cast above 30. We're also going to want to do increase to maximum manta because we're not using any of these abilities anyway. So we're going to move on from those. We're going to take these. These are really nice. Those are absolutely excellent. I do love those. We also want ice blades. Ice blades are amazing now because they give you attack speed, which is really nice. We don't necessarily care about anything else, but we're just going to use the attack speed. Primordial binding. Actually, I don't think we need primordial binding. Let's go mana shield. And then we're going to go down here, and obviously we're at a 5 rank ball lightning. And we're going to go for the... I think whether we go with the crackling lightning or whether we go with the... Let's go with the stunned. Or attempt to stun a boss. Oh, nice. Attempt to stun. I like attempt to stun. Trying to think which way I want to go with this. Let's go Veer's Mastery. Veer's Mastery's pretty amazing. I do love me some Veer's Mastery. Alright, let's see what that looks like on the panel over here. So, main attack is going to be Spark. Sub attack is going to be Ball Lightning. Ultimate is going to be Unstable Currents. Our main defensive is going to be Ice Armor. We're also going to be utilizing Ice Blades to get the attack speed increase. And, we'll probably use the Familiars. I don't see any reason why not to use the Familiars. They're kind of decent. They're decent little creatures. And you basically just spam them. They're useful. Sort of. They give you a damage bonus to that particular element too, which isn't bad. Might as well grab the mana regeneration from over here. And we can put 1 point in a glass cannon. Should work just fine. Alright, so that build is looking pretty nice. So what are we using? We're using the new unique item, which is Okun's Catalyst, which is the one... No, not Okun's. We want Stormborn? Yeah, Stormborn. We want Stormborn. And then from there... I don't think we use any of the uniques for the weapons. I was just going over them just to make sure. I just wanted to like see what I was looking at. And I don't know. Ball. Not the fighter ball, no. Let's type in core. What do we got? We definitely want the accelerating aspect for this. It's going to be really powerful for us. I think we even put this on the amulet. Because it's going to give us a huge amount of attack speed. We want the attack speed to make us cast the ball lightning faster. The faster we cast the ball lightning, the better our damage is. Yada, yada, yada. We also want Starless. Starless is going to be extremely powerful for this because ball lightning does count as a core skill. So that's going to give us bonus ranks to the core skill, and it's also going to give us the speed, attack speed, and it's going to give us the resource to be able to maintain the fire, which is what we need. We need to be able to maintain the fire, which is going to be very powerful for us as well. We actually might want the one for ice blades. I was actually just thinking about that. Where is the ice blades one? We want the ice blades one. I can't remember if the ice blades one's got changed though. It's the one that, I think the one that makes it, no. I think they might have changed it. Yeah. Let's try. I really doubt that was going to pull up anything. Let's just take a look at what we've got available. I'll just scroll through them. I mean, the ultimate thing is an option. Not Apogeic further, but the other one, the Vehement. That one's a pretty good one, and we should be spamming our ultimate as much as possible. I mean, Lightning Sphere could be a really good play with this build too. We are a lightning build after all. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Because I'm a big silly head. Witchcraft link to Mars. No, Trump said he's going to put a flag on Mars. He said he's going to put a flag on Mars. Oh yeah, the Veer's Mastery one. The Veer's Mastery one is really nice. The, what is it? Why? I don't know how to spell it. I do not. I don't know how to spell Veer's Mastery. It's YR, right? Veer. Actually, that's a, what am I doing? Mage Lord's aspect. There it is. Yeah. We're probably going to be using that one, so let's go ahead. Just throw that in. That's a definite maybe. That's a definite 100% maybe. Definite maybes. Definite maybes. Definite maybes. Boom, 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 boom. Acura has SUVs? Well, I think Dark Dance is really powerful with this. I think we should probably go Dark Dance. So we'll throw that in there. That'll also alleviate some of the resource concerns too, because it'll burn HP instead of resource for that brief period of time. Where's the other one? It's the Vehement Brawlers aspect. Casting an ultimate skill increases your damage. We want that one too. Which leaves one more aspect for us. Has it been playing the same song like on repeat for like the past like 30 minutes? I think it has. There. That jank was just on repeat. I think that Pete and repeat fell off a boat. Wait, no, Pete and repeat were on a boat. Pete fell off. Who was left on the boat? Repeat. Pete and repeat were on a boat. Pete fell off. Who's left on the boat? Repeat. Pete and repeat were on a boat. Pete fell off. Who was left on the boat? Well, somebody could have said something. I think conceded aspect is a pretty strong play too, and we can augment that with the additional barrier gained from the Twilight Warding, which is really powerful. I don't see any reason why not. It's gonna be nice. We're also stacking lightning damage, so I can't remember if we have any lightning damage in here. It's a shadow. Yeah, that one's a shadow. The cycle is poison. Tornado, I believe, is physical. Doom Orb is fire. So nothing really, like, right up. We should probably just use the Vengeful Spirit. The Vengeful Spirit, it basically acts as a, like, safeguard for you. It says, while active, all damage taken is taken by the Spirit. Vengeful Spirit Servant deals X damage, like blah blah blah. So basically it acts as like an interceptor, like it intercepts damage for you, which is kind of nice. We most likely and very probably want the Friend of the Bog, because the Friend of the Bog is absolutely insane. And I think pretty much everybody's going to be running Friend of the Bog, which is the 10% maximum life and 10% bonus primary stats, which is kind of insane. There's also an ability that gives primary stats. It's called the Soul Harvest, which gives you 3% primary stat per monster, which is going to be insane, and I think everybody's going to be running that also. So we need 3 growth and decay powers. Thankfully, Soul Harvest is one of the growth and decay powers. So we need 2 more growth and decay powers. This one siphons HP, which is kind of nice. It poisons targets. This one, Aura of Misfortune, is kind of nice too. Maybe not the one we want for the decay, but... Huh. What do we throw in with this? What, is there anything in here that is lightning? No. No, there's not. Shaken Soul. Alright, so let's grab the Poison Frog Servant, because he's a taunter. He taunts, which is, you know, you're a sorceress. We need somebody to taunt for us. That gives us 2 growth and decay powers. Then we can use Aura of Siphoning for healing. And we can grab whatever the hell we want for the next one. Breath of the Coven. What's up, Sean? Let's do Hex of Flames. I like Hex of Flames. Alright, so that leaves us with bonuses. So we probably want crit damage bonuses. I'm not entirely sure. Air of Perdition could be an interesting choice for this. For the massive amount of multiplier and whatnot. We could also go with Harlequin Crest. Honestly, a lot of these options are good. I'm going to say Harlequin Crest just for the cooldown reduction. At which point we have a lot of passives, so I mean, I don't normally put like uber uniques all over the place, but this looks like one of those builds you're gonna want uber uniques all over the place. Let's just get what we need first, and then we'll figure out the rest later. Dang, this jank be jamming over here. After creating 2 ball lightnings, your next ball lightning implodes, pulling in close enemies before dealing damage in a small area. This damage scales with ball lightning. Gravitational, that's the new gravitational aspect. We definitely want that. It turns our ball lightning into a pull-in. That's massive. Honestly, like, Asus is really good for a lot of these builds, so maybe we just go Asus. I can't remember which one has the mastery skills on it. I think it might be the helmets. I don't remember. So we've got Friend of the Bog, right? Okay, so we need 2 more. In this particular case, we want the Moonlight Ward, which is really nice. I think everybody's going to like the Moonlight Ward. And we probably want Voice of the Stars, too. Not entirely sure, because we're going to be using Unstable Currents a lot. Which leaves us with our setup here. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to see if we can get decent lightning damage out of the Chalk. Because she is a lightning character, and she is going to be scaling lightning damage. And maybe? I don't know. How do we trigger it, though? I would say probably Bach. Bach, maybe? No, not Bach. What am I thinking? What is it called? I'm totally blanking here. Not Yaks. Tam. Tam could be an interesting one. Every single time we cast Ball Lightning, we get a free lightning. So we basically just get free lightnings all the time. That could be interesting. Or we could potentially go with the new one. The Igni, which is stores offering every 0.3 seconds. Cast a non-basic skill to gain the stored offering. Actually, that might be stronger. Because that was going to give you 25 every 0.3 seconds. And that means that we'd probably get like 3 lightning bolts per cast. That's probably pretty powerful. And then for the next one, what else do we want to throw into this build? The Vex Rune is actually really easy to activate now, so +1 all skills. That one could be super powerful this season. We could throw like a Neo on it or something and basically get like free +1 to skills. Alright, and let's change out the familiar with the lightning blades, or the lightning spears. I think the lightning spears are better. For this build, anyway. And that pretty much does that, I think. I think we're golden. What are we missing? Gems? We need gems. Now we need damage. Alright, first one, we're definitely going to grab the lightning base one, which is probably the best one for us. So static surge, pretty big bonus for us. We also want that damage to stun enemies because we're going to be stunning everything. We're just going to grab random stuff for the time being. Nothing too fancy. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, next we want... I don't know if we want to go with Ceaseless Conduit, because we're not really doing the Crackling Energy, but we could do the Crackling Energy. What's up, Miles? How's it going? Am I going to be one of the first 500 to Mars? Oh, man. Well, I certainly hope not. Wouldn't be able to stream from there. Lag would be terrible. I'm pretty sure we want Frigid Fate. Frigid Fate is like a no-brainer. That one's really good. Yield bonus damage to vulnerable enemies equal to 20% of your total amount of bonus damage to cold up to 60% times, which is really easy to get. I think we're like absolutely 100% able to get that with no issue whatsoever. Okay, we need to actually grab the Dujek. I think we grab Enchantment Master. Fundamental Release is absolutely amazing too. We definitely want Fundamental Release. That one's also a no-brainer. Super duper amazing. Burning enemies. Alright. Burning Instincts, your burning damage increased by 12% times. They changed a bunch of these, so I just want to make sure. Your damage with fire bonus. Yeah, okay, no. Ceaseless Conduit is only if we're going Crackling Energy, which we could. We could bring in Crackling Energy. Conjuration skills. Meh. Enchantment Master. Searing Hate, Pyromancy skills have 12% increased critical strike chance. All of your skills deal increased direct damage equal to 10% times of your critical strike damage bonus. That's kind of insane. Okay, so we're definitely taking that. Alright, so that's all 5 boards. We still got 99 points, of course. So we can do more. Let's actually start working on the glyphs. So non-physical damage is a priority. We want non-physical damage. Enchanter's the only one that gives non-physical damage, so we're going to want to beef that up. It's an intelligence one, so we can put it pretty much anywhere, and that's going to give us as much non-physical damage as we can. The reason why we want non-physical damage is because, number one, well, obviously it increases our lightning, and number two, it also activates the Frigid Fate glyph, I'm pretty sure, unless they changed it. So the Frigid Fate glyph is your damage bonus with cold, and non-physical damage is all damage types, including cold damage, so it should potentially work. I hope it does anyway. So we'll go ahead and grab as much of that as we can. Alright, that leaves us with 76. We're also scaling other things, so we need critical strike damage for the Searing Heat node. So critical strike damage is something that we can stack as well. So if we type in crit, we should have at least one node that gives critical strike damage, which is Destruction. Destruction is, of course, Dexterity. So let's take a look. We got 59, 49, 54, 59, 59. So 59 is our best one, so Destruction can go... it's already in the right place. Okay, good. So let's go ahead and grab all the decks around this to get the critical strike damage. And that gets us 59. So there you go. We are completed there. This one is a rare nodes bonus, and it is lightning damage, which is what we want. So we can probably put that in a good place. So that's what, lightning damage and critical strike damage. That'll work just fine. We'll put electrocute right here. Just make sure it's activated. And that's done. You just suffered injuries because your desk chair. Oh, yeah. Those things, the ones that you buy from the store are pretty garbage. They often, like, disassemble. Is that really the only non-physical damage one? It's kind of weird. Alright, what about lightning damage specifically? So we've got Elementalist and Electrocute, which we're already using Electrocute, but Elementalist... I mean, we're going to be doing ice damage. We're also going to be doing lightning, obviously. I don't think we have any fire in the build. I mean, it wouldn't be impossible to dish out some fire damage. Let's take a look at some of the other glyphs first. Unleash is pretty good. It's a magic node increaser. It also gives us a damage increase and a mana regeneration, which we probably want. Non-physical and vulnerable damage are right here. We could probably just put Unleash right there. That's actually a really good glyph. And we just need 45 intelligence, which we already have, so that's fine. So mastery skills have a 30% increased area. Technically, Ball Lightning is a mastery skill. It's actually pretty powerful, probably, for our ability. It also increases mastery damage 2 times, so that one's probably also really good for us. It's intelligence spammer. And of course, we're probably out of points, which is likely. No, we're not out of points. Okay. Or we're nowhere near out of points. That one's all the way up there. I don't want to go all the way around. I don't want to go all the way around. That's a long way. That's a long way to go all the way over there. Da, 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 da. Destruction. Adept. Unleash. Electrocute. And of course, Enchanter. Well, I mean, should work out nicely. We got way too many points left over, though. I could just, like, drop them anywhere. Wasn't there one that I didn't max out? I don't think I maxed out. Did I max out this one? I did. I max you out. I did. Did I max you out? Don't have to max you out. Okay, so at this point, it's pretty much just grab whatever extra stuff I want to grab. That's what this is about. Alright, so what other things can we snag? We got maximum life right here. Maximum life is always good to snag. I do enjoy a little bit of maximum life. We've got resistances and damage to burning enemies. Critical strike damage is nice. Let's grab the critical strike damage, if nothing else. We don't have any way to make the enemies burn, unfortunately, so it's pretty much just grabbing the critical strike damage. We got maximum life and resistance to all elements. Maximum lightning resistance. Lucky hit chance. Lucky hit chance, that's good. Let's grab lucky hit chance. I don't care about the cold res. Damage reduction while healthy. We could take that. I don't care about the fire res, but damage reduction while healthy is powerful. We have 14 points left. I don't even know what to spend them on. We got another DR over here. Let's take the DRs. As much damage reduction as we can get. And then we got 4 points left, and Cody just farted. Cody, that is some stanky stanks. That is some high-level stank in there, buddy. I don't know what just came out of you, but I think it might be death. I think you might have just died, buddy. Are you alive? Can you give me a bork or something? Because that's just disgusting. Excuse me. I'm dying. Cody, you stink. He's a stinky boy. You stinking. Stinking stinks. Stinking stank, 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 stinky, stinky, stank. Stinking, stinking, stinky, stinky, stank. He's a stinker. He's a stinker. He's a stinking, stinking, stinker. Alright, Super Ball Lightning build is up. There we go. It's in the description. All the builds are in the description of the video, by the way, if you guys want to pull them up. What do we work on next? What do we work on next? What do we next on work on? Yes, gonna work in yes and go. Gonna get that no bang no no. I haven't done a single Spiritborn build. But you know, as much as I like Spiritborn, after Season 6, I played like 7 Spiritborn characters. I'm really not like super enthused about going back to Spiritborn. I think I'm, you know, like I'm done with that. I'm pretty much done with Spiritborn at this point. I want to play something else. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Get the mean? You know what I mean? I mean, granted, some of you guys might want to play a Spiritborn build. I've got a couple Spiritborn builds already made that I'm sure will actually work very well. Like my Thorns character and my Toxic Skin character. And I don't really think there's much difference between how they functioned before and how they function now. Like, they're probably still going to be really powerful. The only one that's new, like, I don't need to do this one because I already have it. I don't need to do this one because I already have it. The only one that's new is this one, the Focus Build character, which I guess we could do the Focus Build thing. There's a whole new world with the Focus Build stuff with the War Crozier, Sustained War Crozier. It's a new unique item. It makes it so that your focus skills benefit from all their upgrades, and they increase the damage of your potency skills by 20% for 8 seconds up to 200%. So basically, you get to spam focus skills, and in the process of spamming your focus skills, you get to also spam your potency skills, which then do... Yeah. It's an interesting combo. It's an interesting item, to say the least. And there's definitely some fun ways that you could potentially set it up. Now, I was looking at it, and I was thinking about it, and I played around with it a little bit on the public test realm server. The music be bumping, though. Bumpy, 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 bump, bumpy, 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 bump. Gotta bump it, gotta bump it, gotta bump it, bump it, bump it, gotta bump it, gotta bump it, gotta bump it, bump it, bump it. I'm sending my girlfriend memes. Memes. Oh, I got no water? What? Oh, I do have water. Okay. Okay, so let's take a look and see how we could potentially make this build. So what we're gonna do is we going to have some fun. Come on down and let us run. Unfortunately, I run into the same problem every single time where I just need to dump points into a random ability because I can't get to what I'm getting to. Okay. So this entire thing works on focus skills and allows you to spam focus skills essentially by giving them huge amounts of damage. It also is very interesting if you read the wording, and I actually tested this, so I know this for a fact. So don't doubt me, sirs. So it says your focus skills benefit from all of their upgrades, and it increases the damage of your potency skills. Okay, so what this means is that you don't have to pick any of the upgrades. So you don't have to grab this, you don't have to grab this, and you don't have to grab this. Vortex is applying all of them. You don't have to grab this, this, or this. Soar will apply all of them. You don't have to grab this, this, or this. Ravager will apply all of them. And you don't have to grab this, this, or this, because Toxic Skin will apply all of them. So in this particular very interesting setup, you actually can save 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 points, technically 12 points, even though you can't actually spend both points into both passives. You're essentially getting 12 points for free with this particular item. And all of your focus skills get huge amounts of increases in level and a bunch of other things. You don't have to put 5 points into them. 5 points might not necessarily even be important. Like, depending on how the ability works, if it's just damage output, like, you can potentially skimp and put 1 point in Soar. In fact, you don't even need to put a point in Soar, believe it or not, because you get plus focus skills already, which basically means you get all of these abilities for free. So unless you want to utilize them in a different way, yay! Got new towels for the bathroom. We got like a shower, a shelf set up. So it depends on what you want to do. If you want damage output, you can get damage output. If you don't want damage output, you don't have to have damage output. You can literally just like take the points out entirely. It depends on how you want it, right? So even without any points in Vortex, it's still going to have all the passives. And it will have, you basically get it for free. It's actually kind of really cool. I think Ravager and Toxic Skin are worth putting points into. Vortex too. Vortex is really good damage, and I think Vortex is worth putting points into. Soar, on the other hand, it just doesn't have good damage output. I don't think it's worth putting points into. So you can just leave that one alone. We're going to put 3 into Unrestrained Power. We're going to grab Focal Point and 3 into Apex. And what is this, a quarterstaff? So we get block damage reduction, which isn't really too interesting. Then we go down here. So let's take a look and see what our skill tree is going to look like at this point. So we've got Vortex. We've got a Soar. We don't necessarily have to use Soar, so that's up to us. We got Ravager. In fact, I'll take Soar out because I don't even really particularly like Soar. So we put Ravager in there, and we also have Toxic Skin. Which leaves us with our main abilities, which we're going to be using for this particular build. And we'll figure it out. Frickin' G Fuel, man. Stop messaging me. I'm going to reply to them. Stop. They be sending me G Fuel messages all the time. Okay. So what would we use for our abilities? Eagle's pretty good. I like the movement speed that Eagle offers. And not entirely sure where I go with this. Probably go Eagle Jaguar, or maybe Eagle. No, yeah, Eagle Jaguar. Yeah. Eagle Jaguar is probably good. And then from here, we got to figure out the rest of the skill tree. So You put a towel in the package for Cody Slobber. I appreciate that. Slobum towel. That's great. I like Slobum towels. Let's grab Supremacy. Slobum towels activate. Form of slobums every weight. Slobum towels activate. I was trying to think which ultimate we go with. Probably the Hunter. Alright, then we get 5 into Rushing Claw, because we're going to beef up the damage of Rushing Claw. We got Eagle Skills, so... After you evade. I'm not really sure about the evasion one. Holy Jesus, Rob. Big day tomorrow. What's up, Rob? How's it going? 743 raiders? That's a lot of freaking raiders, man. Theorycrafting up some builds today. Playing around with this War Crozier. The War Sustained War Crozier. It's an interesting item. I was playing around with it on the public test realm, and you can really get your focus skills up crazy high with this. I tested it out, and I was able to get Toxic Skin up to like rank 27, which was kind of insane. Going through the whole like Toxic Skin build with the like the Rushing Claw, and rank 27 Toxic Skin sounds nuts. I'm not entirely sure about this weapon, but I think does that say 90% block chance? It just gives you 90% block chance. Is that actually accurate? But hello everybody. I do a lot of YouTube videos on YouTube. I got tons of Diablo IV content. I was playing Path of Exile 2 when that went live. And obviously I'm also on Twitch, as you guys see. I appreciate you guys hitting the follow button. I got quite a few builds already up here if you guys are interested in some of the builds. I got, let me pull up a list here. Bink. So I have the Bloodwave Minion Necromancer, which is going to be really interesting. I think Bloodwave is going to be super powerful this season. Necromancer, with all the summoning changes and the Bloodwave changes, is going to be nuts. Earthquake Barbarian, I got an Earthquake Hota Barbarian build up already as well. I think Earthquake Hota is going to be absolutely insane as well. Definitely think that one's going to be like a winner of the season. It might actually be one of the best ones. I don't know. It's looking pretty reviewable. I tested it on the test server and it was already really good. They did actually nerf it a little bit because I think it was too good. I also went ahead and did a Firebolt build because they added that new enchantment with the Firebolt shooting at random targets. And the Flame Weaver gloves from one of the previous seasons combined with the new enchantment change could be rather interesting. So I went ahead and slapped together another Firebolt build for like pretty similar to one of the previous ones. They also made some pretty interesting changes to the Scoundrel leathers, which is kind of insane. So I did a mock-up on basically the death, the ultimate, the Death Sentry or the Death Trap or whatever. Because they basically set it up so that the Death Trap can have like all of the tags right now. So the Death Trap is a trap, of course. It's also an ultimate. It's also now a core skill. It's also a grenade skill, which makes it infinitely scalable essentially. And using the Scoundrel Leathers, you can basically spam it. So that was also kind of an interesting one that I threw together. I think that one's going to be pretty powerful this season with all of the different like scaling modifiers that they threw on there. I threw together a Lightning Zoo Druid as well. So this one's mainly around the fact, that you're summoning. So it's just a massive zoo. But it also is mildly built around the fact that you can scale lightning damage with the ravens, and you can also scale lightning damage with the wolves. So if you're wearing the storm pants, you get the lightning wolves, and if you're using the aspect for the ravens, you get the lightning ravens. So you basically just kind of scale the lightning damage through that to get them even higher. And then they added that new rune word, the chalk rune, I think is what it was. That one is interesting too, because you can get like massive lightning spam with the chalk rune, so you just get tons of lightning bolts coming down all over the place. And I thought to kind of like mix it together with the Zoo Druid, because there's the new rune that basically allows you to get like massive amounts of resource. It's called the... where is it? The Nagu, which is maintain at least one active summon for 5 seconds, gaining offering up to 6 summons. So the goal here is basically just to have at least 6 summons, so that you're getting 600 offering, so that you're basically just spamming lightning bolts through the chalk rune, which ends up being something like 40 lightning bolts per 6 seconds or something, or per 5 seconds. It's kind of nuts. That one is also there. That's the lightning spam druid. He could use a little bit of refining. Not entirely sure if he's done. I can't actually test these, obviously. I just slapped together a Super Ball lightning build too for the Sorceress. That one's been going for a little while. And then working on right now is the Sustained War Crozier. I'm really interested to see how the Sustained War Crozier comes together. Whether or not it's more powerful than some of the other options. The crazy thing is about a lot of the weapons for the Spiritborn in general is they're all just interchangeable. Like even in Season 6, like a lot of the weapons could just interchange into builds relatively easily. I mean, even the Wuxie Nakpa was clearing like tier 150s in Season 6 with the right build. And like you could just swap in various weapons into that build and it would still function relatively well. So I'm not entirely sure if the Sustained War Crozier is a better option than maybe like the new Wuxie Nakpa, which got beefed up tremendously, by the way. This one right here, the absolutely insane like new bonus that they gave it, which is the 200% potency. So you can get up to 400% potency on the Spirit Hall choices now. Which is nuts. So you get 200% on the Wuxie Nakpa, you get an additional 100% if you're using the Loyalties Helmet, and of course you get your initial 100%. So you're sitting at 400% total bonus, which is just nuts. So I'm not entirely sure that this is a better option than perhaps the Wuxie Nakpa at this point, which gives you a 200% Spirit Hall bonus, depending on which Spirit Hall you're using, of course. What I'm thinking about here is just like going for the ultimate focus spam, which does make sense. Utilizing the Sustained War Crozier and going with the Toxic Skin Ring. So the Wound Drinker, which gives ranks to Toxic Skin. You can get like, I think it's like almost like 4 or 5 ranks to Toxic Skin through Wound Drinker. You can grab a pair of boots that has focus on them, so you can get up to like 4 ranks or 5 ranks from the boots themselves. So you're looking at, as far as like the ranks go, to get an idea here. So you've got the 5 initial ranks. You've also got the ring itself, which I think can give you about another 5. This Sustained War Crozier, if I remember correctly, I was able to get it up to like 6 or 7. I can't remember. It was crazy. But let's just throw that at another 5, just for, like pity's sake. Then you can get 5 on the boots. Then you can also get like 4 on your helmets. And as you can see, you're already sitting at like 24. And that's without like super min-maxing these, like greater aspect, hitting it with all 3 greater, like the upgrades. So you can get it to the highest possible amount. I'm pretty sure that on the test server, I was able to get Toxic Skin to 27 with this setup, with the Sustained War Crozier, and I'm still not entirely sure it's better than the Wuxie Nakpa, but it's still crazy for the like level that you can get. Let's say we go with Wound Drinker. We're probably going to end up going with Rushing Claw. This build makes you motion sick, by the way, if you got motion sickness. You just be jumping all over the entire map. Right click would probably just be Toxic Skin, actually. Let's move Toxic Skin over to the right click. Because you're going to want to spam it. Which frees up that for something else. Use the Hunter for our main. There are some boots that give us like crazy movement speed. And since we're pretty much tied to legendary items, we... where is it? Every second gain 30% bonus movement speed for 2 seconds up to 90. It's this one, the Aspect of Haste. It basically just gives you massive amounts of movement speed because we're constantly moving. So as long as we're moving, we're gaining movement speed, and we're constantly moving because we're using Rushing Claw, which just makes the build absolutely insanely fast. You also go with the Eagle, which gives you another movement speed bonus, and all these scale your damage, of course, because you're running the Eagle passive, which scales your damage for movement speed. Let's go... I kind of want to dive into the witch powers and see if there's anything here that might help the damage output. I mean, as a poison build, we have the aura of siphoning, which could definitely be interesting. There's also the one that it's a gem, I believe, that has to do with damage over time. Let's just type in time. It's easier that way. It's called the Vulture Talon. When you have an aura active, you deal damage over time 50% faster. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. A lot of the times lowering the poison duration can sometimes decrease the output in this game because it works really funky. But it is there, so we can definitely at least try it. Trying to think which way we go with this. We're moving too much, so we can't utilize the Jaguar Spirit Hall ferocity stacking. All the bugs have been fixed, so we're not using the resolve stacking anymore either. So that's out. As for focus skills, we're missing a focus skill if we wanted to throw in the teleport. I don't necessarily think we need the teleport, though. I mean, Armored Hide is always nice for the maximum resolve stacks. They basically took away resolve stacking, though. So resolve stacking is gone. Gone. Not entirely even sure that building into resolve stacking is still worth it. I mean, you can still get a little bit of damage reduction from the resolve stacks that you do have, but... Huh. I think we probably want the centipede bonuses from my boy here. So let's grab the 3 in nourishment. We got the potency. Let's grab 3 there, 1 there. How many does that leave us with? 5. Trying to think what we go with here. Prodigy's Tempo will let us spam our abilities. We don't necessarily need that, though. Noxious Resonance is very powerful if we go with a critical strike damage build. Critical strike damage isn't really the greatest anymore, however. They nerfed all the critical strike damage bonuses that you could get from the bugged methods. Resolve stacks are gone. You can't really get anything from that anymore. I mean, the aspect still exists, but what, with like 4 or 5 resolve stacks, it's not really that big of a deal. And then, of course, they also capped off block chance, so you can't go that method either. This might be a core stat situation. I'm thinking core stat. It could be Prodigy's Tempo, though, just for the cooldown spamming. I mean, it would allow us to spam Toxic Skin, Ravager, Vortex, and Soar anytime we wanted to, which could also potentially be a really fun way to do it as well. I mean, you'd have unlimited teleports, unlimited vortex pull-ins, unlimited Ravager, unlimited toxic skin. So never having to worry about recasting those abilities. We kind of want the free concussive stomp, so let's grab the enhanced concussive stomp for the barrier. We get that free barrier. We're probably going to use that to trigger the armor bonus, which is what we need anyway. We definitely want the armor bonus. That I don't think has been nerfed. I didn't hear anything about them nerfing the armor bonus. Let's grab one there. Actually, we probably want to get at least one on intricacy. Well, we can have to go if we go intricacy, we don't even need Prodigy's Tempo. Not really. If we go Prodigy's Tempo, we don't really need intricacy. Either way we roll it. Execute injured boss enemies. Yeah, I mean, if we go Prodigy's Tempo, we can spam the abilities, and we won't need intricacy, which just leaves it open for what we want. We can still grab the hitting enemies with ultimate skills heals you. That one's not bad. Alright. So, getting into the nitty-gritty. We still don't really have another skill here. I mean, we can put the teleport down. It doesn't really matter. It's there. We've got it. We definitely want the armor bonus one, which is the unyielding hits. Casting a growth sphere increases your weapon damage by 30%. This one is massive. It's just too massive to put down. And I think putting it on the amulet is for the best, because it lowers the armor requirements. Unless we can just get massive amounts of armor somewhere else. It really depends on how we set this up. I say we put it on the amulets. It makes it easier in general to get the armor requirement, and the armor requirement is massive. We also need the one that I really like, which is it's a utility aspect. It is the Rushing Claw aspect called Temporal Incisions. Casting Rushing Claw extends the durations of your incarnate skill effects by up to 1.25 seconds to 10 seconds. So basically it increases them to 10-second duration. This one is really nice, depending on what you're running. You don't always need it, but depending on how you have your character set up, it can elongate toxic skin to the point where it lasts forever. So that it essentially never runs out. And that's really nice. It is an incarnate skill. Ravager is also an incarnate skill. So in this particular setup, if you run Temporal Incisions, you're essentially unlimited toxic skin, unlimited Ravager. Like, you never have to worry about those ever going down. Even if they're on cooldown, they're not going to go down. Which is pretty good. Alright, let's see here. It really depends on how we want to run this. If we run Temporal Incisions, we don't need Prodigy's Tempo or Intricacy, which means that we can salvage that for adaptive stances to get the additional core stats, which is probably better anyway. So let's go the core stat route. We'll just keep Temporal Incisions on, that way Rushing Claw always elongates the duration of the incarnate skills, and we're golden. We could potentially use that to add in Counterattack as well, because Counterattack is also an incarnate skill. Counterstack would give us critical strike damage, but since we're building poison damage, it doesn't really matter. Kind of depends on how we get this set up. We're trying to go for maximum poison damage, basically. So we're going to want, like, Bane. I don't think he has access to Tracker, but he does have access to Bane. Yeah, he gets access to Bane. He just doesn't get access to Tracker. It's unfortunate. Everybody else gets access to both. He's the only one, the Spiritborn is the only one that doesn't get access to Bane and Tracker, which is a little unfortunate. I'm pretty sure there's another one in here that has to do with damage over time. I mean, obviously, we also could utilize some of the other poison damage abilities, like the Poison Frog would potentially stack with all of our poison modifiers. I don't potentially know how that works, though. I think a lot of this stuff is probably going to get left behind in the scaling. This one is interesting. It's when your damage over time effects exceed 85% of the target's total life, they immediately die. So instead of having to wait for them to die, they just die. So that one might be pretty good. We probably take Decay and Augmentation. I think that one's probably very good for us. We're also running the Poison Aura, which is going to help us out a lot as we're teleporting around basically with Rushing Claw. So that should actually help us out tremendously as well. We can also potentially take the Cycle, which is the Growth and Decay Poison Field. I don't know exactly how beneficial it would be as we're teleporting around, but it definitely is more poison that we could potentially be adding into the total of poison. There's also a gem, Friend of the Bog, which gives us 10% maximum life and 10% primary stats as long as we have 3 Growth and Decay Witch powers activated. So we've got Growth and Decay, Growth and Decay, and Growth and Decay. So we're already on 3 Growth and Decay powers. In fact, we might even want to top that off by increasing the Growth and Decay powers even further, which is something that we can do. I do not believe that Rushing Claw counts as a core skill. It's just a potency. There is the potency aspect. The aspect of potency exchange, which is gain 1 resolve when you dodge an attack. Your potency skills consume 2 resolve to deal times 15 to 55 times increased damage. This one could be interesting as well, since we're actually going to build into the potent skill, because a sustained War Crozier is going to increase our Rushing Claw damage pretty tremendously. The problem with this is you need a steady income of resolve. It basically just needs to never end. There are some easy ways that we could achieve this via, like, the Concussive Stomp. There's a way that we can get it via Concussive Stomp, which is actually really good. And I see my green screen is messing up slightly. Boom. Boop, boop. Messing with my green screen. Yeah. I got my Soundwave shirt on. My sister bought this for me for Christmas. Freaking love it. The words, like, mess with you when you stare at them, like the Soundwave words, because they're all, like, wavy. And they're green, so they mess with the green screen too. So if we did go with Potent Exchange, which is a really nice multiplier for what we're trying to do, we might have to drop Temporal Incisions. I mean, it's a direction that we could potentially go. We can't really run both. There's another aspect. It's called the aspect of Kinetic Suppression. Casting a non-basic mobility skill grants you 8 resolve and causes your next concussive stomp to strike in a circle. So basically what this would do is it would allow us to gain resolve by using Rushing Claw and would completely eliminate any issue with our resolve. If we go in this particular direction, that would definitely help out a ton for using Potent Exchange to enhance Rushing Claw's damage, which of course is what the Sustained War Crozier is for, is you're trying to enhance the potency skills. So you get 200% potency damage bonus for, of course, spamming your Rushing Claw. This would actually give us a pretty tremendously large amount of damage. Unfortunately, though, that means that we are back to needing additional casts of our ability. So we could stay with Adaptive Stances, we just have to grab Intricacy. which if we pull Resolution's not very good anyway. It only lasts for 3 seconds. We can stack some points into Intricacy. We could probably also pull... let's see here. No. We already got all that. We could pull 1 point from Vortex. Like, that's not crucial. The damage on Vortex isn't our main damage anyway, so there's no reason to worry about that. And we definitely want Tizzik in the mix. Tizzik is going to give us our free Gorilla skill, which is going to happen constantly to trigger the unyielding hits, because you have to cast a Gorilla skill to make it work. So this is basically just going to be our way to get our free Gorilla skill constantly. And the rune that we're going to use for that is actually the Bach rune, which is traveling for 5 meters. So every time you travel for 5 meters, you're going to immediately generate 50 offering. Rushing Claw constantly makes you travel, so you should be absolutely fine with this. And it's going to basically just constantly fire off concussive stomps, which is going to, number 1, activate unyielding hits. Number 2, it's also going to generate barrier. So right here, as you can see, Concussive Stomp grants a barrier equal to 10% of your maximum life per enemy hit for 3 seconds up to 40%. So essentially, we're going to be getting free barrier from this. We're also going to be getting free damage through unyielding hits. It's going to be the way that we maintain that. No reason why not to use the beautiful Shroud. I think Shroud is like one of the best items in the game at this point. It pretty much conquered Tyrael's. Tyrael's was the armor. Everybody had to have Tyrael's, right? And then Shroud comes out, and Shroud's just like Tyrael's, Schmeariel's. What you really want is a Shroud. That's what you want. Because Shroud gives you +1 to all of your passives, so you're going to get +1 to your Unrestrained, which is an additional, what is that, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, so additional 4% multiplier there. You're going to get another 3% there from Apex, which is really nice, so 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then you're going to get another 3% or 4% from Nourishment, which is going to be another multiplier. You get more multiplier from Vehemence, which is another 5%. You get more multiplier from Ravenous, which is another 2.5%. You get more multiplier from Potent, which is another 0.1%. You get more multiplier from Furnace, which is going to be another 0.5%. I mean, it's insane. There's nothing not to like about Shroud. And granted, yeah, it's a Uber Unique, and you're going to have to get it, but you should be able to get 1 Uber Unique guaranteed. Like that, usually in the season journey, killing like Lilith or whatever it is that they give you, they usually give you at least 1 Uber Unique for free, essentially, every season, as long as you just like do the required tasks that they have of you, which isn't too difficult. For the next one, not entirely sure. We could go with a bunch of different things. Additional barrier would certainly be nice, since we're not using the Gorilla Spirit Hole, so having the Bulwark in here would definitely help out a ton. So maybe we go Que. Could be a method. Que can be gotten pretty easily just by simply using the non-core skill one, which is Tam. So you can pretty much just spam it with Tam. It works relatively easily. So anytime you cast it on core skill, you get 25 offering, and as long as you're spamming Rushing Claw, you're absolutely fine, and you should be getting Earthen Bulwarks constantly. Or you could swap it, since Tizzik is a little bit more less expensive, and you could put Tizzik down here, and you could put Bach. Like, you could swap them. I think since Tizzik is a little bit less expensive, if you swapped the two, so you put Tizzik here and you put Que here, that would probably function a little bit better, but it really doesn't matter. They're interchangeable. You could use it as your heart desires. Like, if you're not getting enough firings of Tizzik, you could swap it back, or if you are, you could, leave it. And for the last one, there's a... We got the core skills, and we got the damage over time faster. So the other one that we're interested in is the one that's growth and decay. Oh, why are they not popping up? There. So... this one. Your non-unique growth and decay powers gain 35% potency. So basically, your Aura of Siphoning is going to do more poison damage. and it probably also leeches more life. Your decay augmentation is going to deal more damage, and I don't necessarily know if it's going to augment the 85% damage over time. Maybe it brings it down to like 75% or something like that. But you should see an increase there as well. It doesn't affect this one, unfortunately. So there's nothing that we can do for that, because this one is the non-unique growth and decay powers. This one is a unique growth and decay power. There are other growth and decay powers. I was thinking about including the Poison Frog Servant in here, just simply because he's also poison. So we have a poison character that is doing poison damage that's probably going to be running Bane and has maybe some other poison damage buffs of some kinds. So it could be useful to run the Poison Frog Servant. He also taunts things, so I mean, he's mildly useful. There's yes, size and effect of your auras are increased by 79%. Increases the critical strike damage by 50% of enemies inside your aura. I actually kind of like that one. Especially since we'll be bouncing around everywhere. It'll be nice to have like an additional poison that's happening constantly. The aura size is kind of small. Like, it's not very big. It's like melee range. So increasing the size of the aura could potentially poison a lot more targets with it. So that's kind of neat. There's also a free barrier in here, which also might be good to take. It's called Twilight Warding. Every 5 seconds, gain a barrier for 5 seconds, absorbing X damage. Just free barrier that you can potentially add into the build. As for the helmets, there's tons of different options for the helmets. Obviously, there's some pretty good ones in the like class-specific section, or you could also go with just something like Harlequin Crest. Harmony of Ebiwaka would be a really good choice here as well. Early on, Harmony of Ebiwaka is probably going to be the easy choice, just simply because why not? And if you do go with Harmony of Ebiwaka, you can change your Spirit Hall choices. So instead of Jaguar, you would probably go with maybe like a Gorilla or Centipede. Centipede is interesting. I was playing around with Centipede on the test server, and it has this neat effect where it poisons the targets, right? And so you would think as a poison character I would probably choose that, but it was really bugged in the test server, and it really just didn't do very good damage. I don't know what was wrong with it, but suffice it to say that the poisoning damage that was dealt from the Centipede ability was snapshotting in the worst way. Like, it was snapshotting at like the base damage, and then when you would poison a target at a low like at the beginning of the assault, if you would poison the target, and then if you beefed up your damage, like you got lots of modifiers, like enhancements that increased your damage output, they would not apply because the monster was already poisoned. So if you poison the monster without any buffs up, the monster stays poisoned at a low damage instead of at the damage like with the high numbers. Now, I tested this to see if I could like snapshot it at the high numbers too, and it did work. So like if I sat there before I attacked the monster, just make sure I didn't touch him at all, and I sat there and I was just like hoo 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 hoo, and like got all my buffs up and everything running, made sure every single buff was on, and then I tapped the monster. The poison damage from the Centipede Spirit Hall was actually doing pretty good damage. But the problem is that more often than not, you would enter a fight, immediately poison the monster with the Centipede Spirit Hall, and it would poison him at the lowest possible damage that you could poison him at. You would then hit him multiple times, refreshing the poison, and it would never go up in damage because it was stuck at the lowest possible damage that you could get. Now, I fully intend to test it out, and I want to check and see if they fixed it, because I did report it as a bug during Public Test Realm, but it's probably still broken. I mean, it probably still is. So we'll see. If they did fix it, it could be very fun to run this one for this build. But if not, I think I'm pretty much going to stick with the Eagle, the movement speed multipliers, and whatnot. Utilizing the Harmony of Ebiwaka, though, we probably don't want to choose Jaguar. Well, actually, I'm not really entirely sure, because if we're building mainly on the toxic skin damage side, then Jaguar helps. If we're building mainly on the Rushing Claw side, then Jaguar doesn't help. And in that case, we'd be better off with something else like Gorilla. Or maybe even Centipede, since we're using the Centipede multipliers. So that way that the Rushing Claw gets access to the Centipede multipliers. Let's see here. We're just missing gloves, right? So definitely going to go with dexterity, 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 dexterity. And then we just need another offensive aspect. I don't really think there's anything unique-wise that's really going to help us out. Not really. No, not really. So it's going to be an aspect. Attack speed actually helps us build out a lot. Unfortunately, we're not running a core skill, so that's not going to help. Found a Sir Rune? Hell yeah, Chad. Half a Burr Rune, my friend. Half a Burr Rune. Trying to think what we go with. I know there's a couple poison ones in here. I mean, there's aspect of the elements, which is really nice because it enhances the poison damage. It also enhances the physical damage too, which is really nice. So it would go back and forth between Rushing Claw and Toxic Skin, which that's a solid option. So 100% uptime no matter what. Aspect of Infestation, no, that's the Centipede. Pestilent Swarms. Soil Power is really good, but we're going to be teleporting around too much for it to really have much of an effect. I do really like Soil Power, though. Not only does Soil Power cause a heavy poison underneath the target's feet, it also has the ability to extend all crowd control effects on the monsters, which in turn also means that certain effects that are based on those crowd control effects stay on them basically forever, which is actually pretty powerful. Enemies who move while poisoned, that's the Thorns one. Yeah, I think of the elements is probably our best bet here. Alright, so that leaves us into the Paragon board. Let's go ahead and save this before I mess it up. Rushing, Claw, Focus, Spam. I mean, we don't really need a pull-in because we have Infinite Vortex. Ravager will be active all the time. We have Soar available at our disposal at any time that we want it. We also have the Hunter, which is going to be very easy. I don't think we need... I was actually considering using the Devourer, but I don't think we need the Devourer because we have this. So the Devourer does have a very special effect, which you definitely don't want to underestimate, but this season I don't think you need it because of the decay augmentation. But let me show you real quick the special effect that's on the Devourer and why you would probably want to take it for a pure poison build. So right here, it says... as it emerges... non-boss... yeah, here it is. So while the Devourer is active, if a non-boss enemy's remaining life becomes poisoned, they die instantly and unleash a Pestilent Swarm. So what this is that it's basically an execute. I didn't realize this at first when I was first looking at the Devourer, but how it works is if you poison a monster for all of its remaining life, the Devourer executes them for you. It works as an automatic execute. Now, that's basically, however, what this is doing also. So this is working as an automatic execute for monsters as well. So at 85%, the monster automatically gets executed with this ability. So it's kind of weird. Like, you don't need it this season, but last season it was actually really powerful. I just didn't really realize how powerful it was with the automatic executes. So you just poison the monsters and they just automatically die. Night, Gregory. Oh, Night Joy. So Paragon board. We need to get this Paragon board set up. Unfortunately, most of the bugs are currently gone, so we don't really have to worry about them anymore. Fortunately and unfortunately, because building around them was poopy. Bitter Medicine got enhanced tremendously, and I think we probably end up going with Bitter Medicine. That's the one where when you heal for 100% of your maximum life, you afflict close enemies with poisoning damage. And it also increases your poisoning damage that you deal, which is also what we want with this particular build. So we want to increase the poisoning damage that they take. So let's go ahead and grab Bitter Medicine, I think, probably for the first board. We're going to go ahead and grab this attack speed. Attack speed helps out tremendously for this build. It's definitely something I recommend stacking a little bit. Getting as much as you can here or there. We're just going to go ahead and take anything for the moment until we get into the min-max portion. Let's see. Maximum life, maximum life. We do like maximum life. Keeps us alive. We got maximum poison resistance over here too. Let's go ahead and take the max poison res. I like max poison res. I like poison res in general. Let's see. I didn't particularly like the way the drive worked. And it seemed like Rushing Claw wasn't stacking the drive properly. So I'm not entirely sure we take that. Infighter, we don't really get hit very often, which is unfortunate with this particular build, so it's not the most amazing. It is a really good board, but with this particular build, we just don't get hit a lot. It's one of the things that I played around with and eventually came to the conclusion of. Sapping is probably a no-brainer for us, so let's definitely take sapping. We might end up taking some of those boards anyway because we don't have a choice, so it be what it be. We don't really have a resource generation problem with this build, so we don't really care about these resource nodes. Maximum resource or plus resource or even resource generation. We don't care about that. We do want these attack speed nodes though, these are glorious. And we also want to take the resistance nodes. Dex characters notoriously have an absolutely horrible time with resistances, so it is not a bad idea to grab some resistances when you can. We do not want the maximum resource nodes here, so let's just come up this way and grab all the damage nodes and move over to the next board. Viscous Shield is still good, it's just not bugged, so we're definitely still going to take Viscous Shield. I mean, it's not super duper bugged like it was before, but it still gives us the 30 times multiplier that it always promised. So that one is still worth taking. Poor Spiritborn. Even with the nerfs, Spiritborn is still powerful though. Don't let it get you down. You're just not going to be clearing pit 150s with a bugged build. Like, it's not going to be crazy pit 150 clear monster character, but you're still going to be doing pretty massive amount of damage, and you're going to keep up with the other classes, so it's not like the end all. Thorns, we don't care about. Revealing could be good, but it's damage to crowd controlled enemies, which we're not entirely enthused about, but we could potentially grab that one. Infighter, I think, is going to be completely useless to us, unfortunately. I think Convergence, maybe, is our best bet. I think we go Convergence. What does that bring us to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we still have one more board to grab anyway. Non-physical damage, we'll take it. Poison is non-physical, so there's nothing wrong with that. Let's go ahead and grab this resistances as well while we're at it. Right now we're just grabbing random nodes. It makes it easier. We can do the min-maxing later. Alright, so the last board, I'm not sure exactly what to take. I'm fairly certain that the last time I tested it, the drive node did not work with Rushing Claw. we can give it a test again real quick just to see. Let's see. I believe it's the Green Ranger. I made jokes about the Spiritborn basically being a Power Ranger, and I'm not wrong. It's like straight up a Power Ranger. You got like Green Ranger, Red Ranger, Yellow Ranger. Alright, this is my Russian Claw build. Okay, do we have Drive? That's the question. If we don't have Drive, we can always snag it real quick. So I got Convergence, Viscous Shield, Revealing, Sapping. Okay. So let's very quickly, I know this doesn't really help me out very much, but these characters are pretty much dead anyway. They're probably all going to get deleted tomorrow. I don't usually suffer my Eternal Realm characters to live. They get they get deleted. They go bye-bye. I think I keep my my main character, that's about it. I wish there was a remove board button. That would be so much easier if I could just click a button that says remove board. Alright. So let's grab the drive board. We don't need to do anything special. We just want to activate the board. Alright, so all we need to know is, does Rushing Claw activate the drive board? And if it does, then we can use it. If it doesn't, then obviously it's useless. So let's go test it in the training room real quick and see if we get the buff. The buff is really easy to see. It is a stacking buff that happens when you move your character, and the more you move your character, the more the buff happens. But if Rushing Claw doesn't count as moving your character in terms of the drive effect, well then it's useless. So it should be about like 2 seconds to figure this out. Oh, thank you for the follows, guys. Patience and Jimushi. Alright, so let's just pull out a random weapon, because I seem to be missing one. Alright, so if you run around like this, if you just run, you see the drive. So there's the drive right there. So as we're running around, we're activating drive stacks, right? So let's let the drive stacks fall off. What exact time? I heard them say 10 a.m. Eastern Standard, but I can double check for you. I mean, not Eastern Standard, Pacific Standard. Pacific Standard Time. The specific standard time. Where was it? It was in the news. Open up page. Page open up. Yeah, 10 a.m. Pacific Standard, yeah. So I remembered correctly. And I will be here with bells on. Well, not bells. I'm wearing chainmail. Chainmail might be fun. I do have chainmail. It's actually right down here. I made it myself. Okay, so now that we're still. So we did get a drive. We can't actually move. The important thing is we just need to like hold down the button and see if we're getting the bonus. So holding down the button, I think the answer to the question is no. So Rushing Claw does not count. Moving does, but Rushing Claw does not. Unless Rushing Claw just needs distance. Does it need distance? No, because that just ran me over. Okay, hold on, let me... Did I accept your guild request, Jasmine? For what? Path of Exile 2 or Diablo 4? Jesfin, accept. Now you have to accept my acceptance of your accepting. Get to it. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. It seems like maybe there's something going on. Let's try adding more minions in. So, yes? Okay, alright. So the answer is yes. I mean, question mark. Yes, question mark. Yes, question mark. I guess we'll use it. Why not? Alright, so we have everything set up. We just need to min-max everything, spend the rest of our points, and figure out where we're going from here. So first off, we do want Bane, because Bane is going to give us a large amount of poison damage. And we kind of want to cap out Bane. So Bane is a strength node, which means we need the highest amount of strength we can get to increase our poison damage. What do we got? 59, 54, 49, 64, 74. So our highest one is here. Alright, so let's put Bane over here, and then we're going to grab all the strength nodes. Is that all strength nodes? 69. What was it for this one? 74, so we're missing some. Where is the... Oh, there it is right there. I see it. Okay. Alright, so we got 74. There's our first one. Now we need... we're probably going to run Challenger. I don't see any reason why not to run Challenger. Bring those stats up. Get the damage higher. Or what is it called on this one? The... I can't even remember. They changed the name on every single freaking class. Headhunter on this one. It's called Headhunter. Alright, so we're just going to grab the dex nodes. Dex. We'll have to sacrifice some points. It's not that big of a deal. Get some HP, though. Alright, next. Do we have anything in here for potency skills, specifically? Feather potency and Mystic Circle potency, so not really. Only Bane for poison. And we do actually need to stack some crit, don't we? We have the 1 scaling multiplier for crit. I need to remember. Not really sure Colossal is still worth running since we can't really stack Resolve anymore. And we're not actually running any Gorilla skills. How the mighty have fallen. Most of the good nodes are just not worth running anymore. I think we probably run Canny for the increase to the non-physical damage. That's actually a pretty solid one. And we can pull some of these ones that we didn't necessarily need. Alright. What do we replace Colossal with? We're not dealing lightning damage. We don't care about potion healing. Any damage to your Jaguar skills increases your critical hit chance. Meh. That one's not terrible. Gives us an incarnate damage reduction. Also gives us incarnate damage. We have at least 2 incarnate skills that we're currently running. So we're currently running Toxic Skin, which is an incarnate skill. And we're also running Rushing Claw, which is also an incarnate skill. So it would enhance the damage of Toxic Skin and give us a damage reduction for running Toxic Skin. So every single time we tap it, I mean, that's not terrible. A little bit of tank ability. Could take it out later for more offense. It's not required. Alright, and that one's done. I'm not sure about Fester. I never really was a big fan of crowd control damage. We don't want Consumption, and we don't want Fester, so neither one of those are really good for us. Let's take a look and see what else we got. We are running Eagle Primary at the moment, so we could run some Eagle damage. There's a couple Eagle bonuses. This one also isn't bad, critical strike damage, but it does have the critical strike multiplier. And it has a damage to elites. Spirits isn't terrible. We can't really run Ritual, so that's out. We're not doing Thorns, so that one's done. Menagerist is probably a pretty strong one, although it is a rare magic node bonus. Let's throw that one with somewhere that actually makes sense. What do we got? Damage and vulnerable. Yeah, that's fine. So we can bring Menagerist here. We just need 30 dex. And that pretty much does that. Okay. We actually pull that one. Oh no, we can't pull that one. That's the connection point. Which leaves you. I do like Spirits. Spirit increasing the damage that the monster takes from you is pretty powerful because it applies to the monster, not you. So it's not damage buff to you, it's a damage buff on the monster, which bypasses a lot of multiplier problems, like where things just don't multiply correctly. This one's a direct multiplier on the monster, so you get a 15 times multiplier to whatever damage that you deal to him, because it's increasing the damage that the enemy takes from you as opposed to increasing the damage that you deal. I do like that one a lot, actually, and that one might be the way we go. Yeah, I think that's pretty much, that's it. So we go with Spirit to increase the damage that we get from the monster itself. And how do we pull here? There, there. Oh, okay, we did it. Alright, so I guess that's pretty much it. This build is done. We can grab that 10% damage node there, and that pretty much finishes us off. Alright, so save changes, share, copy. This one should be pretty good no matter what. It's built on some of the builds that I've done previously, so I already know that most of these mechanics work. I don't really specifically know how well the Sustained War Crozier is going to work. The interesting thing here is that you could potentially just swap the Sustained War Crozier for the Wuxie Nakpa, and the build would probably still work just fine. Make a couple changes, like in the tree, to accommodate the loss of the passive points on the focus skills. But other than that, it should still function like 100% the same. Only difference might be changing the ultimate around, like to a different ultimate, because if you use Wuxie Nakpa, you got to match up your ultimate with the bonus that you want. So if you want, like, Jaguar Spirit Hall, you want to use the Jaguar. If you want the Eagle, you use the Eagle, and so forth and so on. It depends on what you're running. And I think Mercenary, I usually just use Subo as my Mercenary, and then I grab Varanya. Actually, this one would probably be Aldkin, and you would probably go down here to grab the damage over time bonus. And then this one would be Bloodthirst for the attack speed. Yep, that's pretty much it. Alright, let's put this one in the build planner. Alright, so focus, skill, Spammerborn. Spammerborn, that's a good one. The Spammerborn build. This one should be pretty powerful too. Need to like min-max all these builds obviously in the game once we get in and start playing around with all the new mechanics. I'm not sure everybody wants to play a Spiritborn this season, to be perfectly honest. I feel like everybody's probably more excited about the other builds. Everybody did Spiritborn to death in last season. Another version of one of my older builds could be interesting. I've got so many of them though. I wonder if I can at least pull up some of my older builds. No, I've been having trouble with the other build planner that I like to use. So unfortunately it hasn't been showing me. Decompose. Okay, so we've got the Sonic Stomp build. This one is still good. So if I can get this one to work here. This is the Thorns build that I created from a previous season, Season 6. And it actually works surprisingly well. It never really took advantage of any of the bugs because I was trying to see how far I could push it without the bugs. They've increased many things about this build since. So Hubris got a huge increase. They also increased a lot of the Paragon nodes that had to do with Thorns. They increased the Protector's ability to output Thorns damage. And overall, just like even the Wuxie Nakpa got a bonus from 100% to 200%. So all of the changes that they made to this build have beefed it up tremendously. So I might as well put this one in here too. Let's throw the Thorns build in here already. So the Spiritborn Thorns. I did a lot of research into Thorns to figure out the best mechanics for Thorns back in Season 6. It took me a while. And this was the culmination of my efforts to find out like the ultimate way to build Thorns. It works really well. There's nothing wrong with this build whatsoever. Other than that, there's another build that I could potentially throw in here. I'm not entirely sure. I may not have actually designed that build. That's okay. The focus build kind of like preempts it anyway. So the focus build pretty much is the same build I was running before, with the exception of swapping the Wuxie Nakpa for the sustained War Crozier. I'm not entirely sure about this weapon. I mean, we'll see. It kind of goes into detail on one of the builds that I had already set up. Makes it so that instead of it just being poison damage, it's also rushing claw damage, because it enhances rushing claw tremendously. You could also, of course, utilize sustained War Crozier for other potency skills. You don't have to use it for this one, because of course there's 3 other potency skills. You could use it for payback, you could use it for the Razor Wings build, or you could use it for the Touch of Death. Razor Wings has seen some substantial increases. I did several Razor Wings builds in Season 6, and I could never really get it to, like, feel right. I don't know how to explain it other than that. It just never really felt right. I even did like a pure vortex build and like threw razor wings into it just for fun, and it was okay. It was mediocre. Let's take a look at some of these other builds. So we've got the Sorceress. I've already done the Super Ball Lightning. The Rogue, there's probably some really interesting builds there too. I already did the Scoundrel's Leathers, but there's definitely a lot more than that. The ultimate abilities themselves, like getting all of the multipliers based on the scaling, is kind of crazy. Like Rain of Arrows now scales based on your damage to distant bonus. Death Trap has a pull-in when it appears. Where's the other one? Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone looks insane this season. They said they fixed most of the problems with Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone now copies your abilities properly. It copies your aspects on your equipment. It copies basically everything that it can possibly copy, right? So if what they're saying is true and it works as well as they're saying it works, this one could be really powerful as well. Maybe we should work on trying to do a Shadow Clone build next. That could be pretty crazy. We could build it into the alchemical admixture. We could run the imbuements. Just kind of like working it through in my head here, because there is obviously the aspect where you could make it so that your Shadow Clone copies your imbuements. So that's good. You could also make it so that you're getting whatever imbuement you have. Which way would you go with it, though? There's the new Shadow imbuement boots. There's also some other random Shadow imbuement stuff, too. You know, it's crazy because I was playing around with this aspect, and I don't know why I never realized just how good this aspect is, but there's an aspect in here. It's called... the aspect of unstable imbuements. When casting an imbuement, you trigger an explosion around yourself, applying the imbuement effects and dealing X damage of the same type. I never realized that it applied the imbuement effects. When you basically, if you tap the button, so you don't even have to actually use the imbuements on anything. All you have to do is just cast the imbuement, and when you cast the imbuement, it applies the imbuement to all the monsters around you in a circle. So if you cast Poison Imbuement, it immediately applies Poison Imbuement to all the monsters around you. If you cast Shadow Imbuement, it immediately applies Shadow Imbuement to all the monsters around you. If you cast Cold Imbuement, it immediately applies Cold Imbuement to all the monsters around you. You don't actually have to even use an attack. It automatically applies it to all the monsters, which is kind of crazy. I never realized how good that was. It's been in the game for like forever, and I guess I just never played around with it because I always thought it was crap. It is not crap. It is amazing. I don't know what was wrong with me. My brain's broken. Which one is my favorite character? I think I've always been like a necromancer person, but the barbarian has wormed his way into a special place in my heart recently. I don't know about the new boots. Like, I was looking at the new boots, and I was testing the new boots out and playing with them. I think they kind of suck, to be perfectly honest. I think they kind of suck. They're called Assassin Strides. Its mobility skills are always Shadow imbued with 80% increased potency. Lucky hit, damaging an elite or boss with a mobility skill has up to an 80% chance to instantly trigger a free Shadow imbuement explosion. I tried it out. I didn't like it. I didn't particularly care for it. I don't know what to say about it, other than it sucked. Like, it just didn't really feel good. I felt like the free explosions didn't happen often enough, and since it was on mobility skills, it was kind of hard to use. I mean, if you look at the tree, like, for mobility skills, I mean, you've got a couple. Not really, like, a whole super-duper lot, but you've got some. I can't remember. I thought Blade Shift had the mobility tag, but I guess not. Most of these are not mobility skills. I mean, you can use it on Shadow Step, and I think that was the one I was using it on. I thought it probably would have worked with Dance of Knives, but I guess Dance of Knives is not technically mobility. So you can pretty much only utilize it with like Shadow Step and Dash for the most part. Caltrops doesn't trigger it either because they took away the mobility tag. I mean, that's pretty much it. Like, you don't really have very many options. So the boots only work with Dash or Shadow Step, like one or the other. I didn't particularly care for it. I like Shadow Step, don't get me wrong. I think Shadow Step's amazing. It just didn't happen often enough to really be all that amazing. It does give you ranks to Shadow Imbuement, which is something. So, like, despite the fact that the unique ability isn't the most amazing unique ability, it does give you Shadow Imbuement ranks. So there's that. It also gives you ranks to your mobility skills. I mean, I don't know. There's something there, I suppose. The unfortunate side effect is that you put on those boots and you lose access to these beautiful things. Which are probably among, like, one of the best pairs of boots in the game that allow you to get massive amounts of damage by spending all your resource into your core skill, which is really easy to get back, by the way, because your cooldowns then restore 25 energy every time you pop a cooldown. So you're just, like, spamming all your cooldowns, and then you hit the button, spend all your resource, spam all your cooldowns, hit the button, get all your resource back. It's pretty easy to utilize Beastfall boots. I don't think they're better than Assassin's Dreads are better than Beastfall boots. I feel like these are just better in general. I mean, if we did go with a Shadow Clone build, so assuming that we went with a Shadow Clone build, we go 5 points in a Shadow Clone. Mimics 60% of your damage. I mean, I think it would be obvious that we would probably want to do the imitated imbuements. There's no reason to run the Shadow Clone and an imbuement build if you're not going to run an imitated imbuement, so that's got to go somewhere. So just throw that on one of the weapons real quick. I mean, there's also, if we're going to go like full Shadow Clone, there's also the potential option of going with the Shadow Clone gloves, which is Grasp of Shadow. Casting a Marksman or Cutthroat skill has a 50% chance to summon a Shadow Clone that mimics the skill. That could be pretty powerful too if we're running full Shadow Clone. Oh, thanks for the follow, Ragwo. I mean, it's not exactly a terrible idea if we go full Shadow Clone. I'm pretty sure that Imitated Imbuements applies to the Grasp of Shadow, which, again, we could potentially test. Let's see. Let's do some testing and see if the Imitated Imbuements actually applies to the Shadow Clone that comes from the Grasp of Shadow. I mean, if he's actually applying the effects correctly and he's doing everything like he's supposed to, this could be insane, right? He's getting all the effects of all of our imbuements. He's getting the effects of all of our aspects now too, which is something that he didn't do before. So having all the aspects come out in this build sounds insane. The real question is what are you gonna put in the slot? Like, that's what's kind of interesting to me. What are you actually gonna use for your core skill? I was planning on doing Necromancer, Rack. I really like the clap. I call it the clap build. The two blood waves coming together. The two blood waves coming together is really fun. I like it. I'm going to be doing a Necro build. I'm planning on running minions, although we'll see. Maybe I'll hop off of minions. Maybe I won't. One way or another, though, it's going to be blood wave. All right, so what we need to see... and I'm sure that I've got a pair of those gloves in here somewhere. I better have a pair of them gloves in here somewhere. How dare I? I don't got a pair of measly... What are they called again? Grasp of Shadow? The Shadow knows. I can't believe it. I don't got a Grasp of Shadow laying around. Well, that's just silly. So we no can do the test. We no can do test. Who needs some money wants to sell me a Grasp of Shadow real quick? I got like 9 billion gold. I gave you like 1 billion gold for a Grasp of Shadow. Billion gold, my friends. Billion gold. Come on down to add me a friend. I gave you 1 billion gold for a Grasp of Shadow. Let's go. I know it 2 billion. I actually know it 5 billion. I gave you 5 billion. 5 billion gold right now. $5 billion. Hardcore software? I want software. I just need the Grasp of Shadow to test this out real quick to see if the unstable or the imitated imbuements applies to the Grasp of Shadow dojank. I just need to check. I just gotta check. Yeah, random sword there. Missing a sword. I need imitated imbuements. So imitated imbuements. Let's just throw that on there. And I need an imbuement on the bar too. Gamble for it. I haven't played on this account forever. I don't think I have any Purveyor of Curiosity money. I got no Purveyor money.
Until next time.
No Purveyor money. We got what? Poison imbuement? Okay. So let's grab poison imbuement, throw this on here. Okay, let's see if anybody will sell me one in global chat. Nobody wants to trade 5 billion gold. 5 billion doll hairs. I keep it in the background just in case anybody responds. Let's see here. Assuming that the aspect of imitating imbuements works with it, which we will test if we can get our hands on one. The Grasp of Shadow kind of like is a no-brainer. The real question is what core skill do we actually use for this? I mean, or what skill in general do we actually use for this? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like something single target could be really interesting from a perspective of having like multiple shadow clones spamming that single target ability, which then turns into, you know, like massive amounts of damage. Rapid fire with the Scoundrel's Kiss could be interesting, utilizing the bombardment and having all the explosions going off. So if you had like explosions from obviously yourself, and then explosions from the Shadow clone, and then potentially more explosions from, of course, your Grasp of Shadow gloves, you may be looking at some really high-powered AoE damage, along with some very good single-target damage as well. I mean, that could be an interesting combination. Obviously, everybody's been using Dance of Knives, so that's another potential way that you could go. You could do the dance. The Dance of Knives. I don't think I've done a single Dance of Knives build. Penetrating Shot also is rather interesting. I just never really liked how bad the single target damage was on it. Super amazing AoE damage. very bad, like, single target damage on penetrating shot. It's also one of the more expensive ones, just in general. Nobody. 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 I'll just assume that that's not going to happen. Probably hardly anybody online is what the issue is. Just a grasp of shadow gloves, nothing too fancy. I could try and go farm one, I guess. My character's like half put together though. She's missing her helmet and she was missing her weapon. I don't even remember what my build was. Shroud of Candaris. Is this the Rain of Arrows build? Pretty sure this is the Rain of Arrows build. That's definitely not her weapon. Alchemical admixture build, that's what this is. Yeah, this is for imbuements. Yep. Puncture. Yeah. I don't even know. I could throw a smoke grenade back on here. I'm pretty sure that's what she's using. I got like a random helmet to put on her head. And then Ariel's Visage. It's not really the right helmet, but whatever. Which boss was it that drops the Grasp of Shadow? Loading. Alright, let's see. I like Puncture. Puncture's nice. There's nothing wrong with Puncture. Especially since it makes enemies vulnerable. I'm thinking maybe Rapid Fire could be interesting here with Scoundrel's Kiss. Could be a very interesting way to go. Which imbuement would we dive into, though? I mean, Shadow Imbuement is nice, but it doesn't really do good single target damage. It's always been one of the main problems with it. Does very good AoE damage, does basically no single target. Poison Imbuement has always been the clear king of single target damage, depending on what's going on with it at that particular moment. You know, certain bugs and things like that can mess with it, but it's definitely the best single target damage one. Cold Imbuement, for some reason, is just terrible. It just never seems to be very good. They even changed it recently. It no longer... I don't know what it does now. It has some sort of thing where it's your next 2 imbuable skills deal cold damage. Maybe there's like a cold build around it now. There's also the key passives. So I mean, the new alchemical admixture works really good with the key the imbuement skills. It's not one that most people keep, you know, like nobody really cared about the Shadow Clone stuff because they just didn't work properly. I think this is the first time that anybody might actually care about the Shadow Clone stuff because they fixed them and they actually work properly now, so. Could be interesting. All I really wanted to check was whether Imitated Imbuements works with Grasp of Shadow. I could always look it up. Let me see if I can look it up. According to the internet, it does. Yes, so it does work. So this would be pretty powerful then, so I think that's good. So where do we push this then? If they're going to be imitating aspects, I mean, I was thinking one that could be very interesting is the Scoundrel's Kiss Ring, which gives you the rapid fire, now lobs exploding arrows and deals 55% increased damage. So if we go this particular direction, now we've got rapid fire, lobbing arrows, we got the Shadow Clone lobbing arrows, and we got potentially the Grasp of Shadow Clone lobbing arrows. So we could potentially have 3 times the amount of arrows being lobbed at the target, which could be pretty powerful. Let's build it as a rapid fire build, and we'll play around with Scoundrel's Kiss. I can't remember what else rapid fire has. Rapid fire has a 50% chance to ricochet to another target. I mean, that's like a basic one that we could potentially throw in there. I don't really know if that one's really worth it, to be perfectly honest. I don't have a rogue on Eternal. It's okay, I found the answer to the question, so we're golden. Aspect of repeating. 50% chance to ricochet to another target is okay. It basically is not single, it's single target damage, it's not single target, so it's group damage only. I mean, we should have plenty of group damage. I don't even know if we really need that. In fact, we probably would be better off with accelerating. Accelerating gives us 30% increased attack speed. Or we could potentially use Conjar. I think Conjar works better than accelerating on this build, doesn't it? Or this character. Conjar gets 50. Yeah. So Ashira's Conjar could be really powerful here too. We could also go combo points. So we don't necessarily... We're not necessarily limited. Combo points is actually a really powerful way to run this build too. Let's go Condemnation. Let's take Imitated Imbuement. We're gonna need some sort of... does Imitated Imbuement do good on an amulet? Let's check. Let's throw it on an amulet. And I don't have an amulet on me. Okay. Let's grab an amulet. Bink. Okay, doesn't matter what it is. So, 25% increased damage for 9 seconds. And it does go to 38%. Casting an imbuement skill grants your active Shadow Clone 38% increased damage for 9 seconds. Your Shadow Clone also mimics the imbuement applied to your skills. Okay. I'm not sure if that's the best one to put on the amulet slot, but it's an option. I mean, probably Harlequin Crest. I don't see any reason why not. Sky Hunter is amazing because it has the projectile skills cast twice on it, and it works for basically all projectile skills. Projectile skills cast twice has been like a dying thing, and there is just like an amazing direction that you could potentially go there. I don't know if Sky Hunter's better or we go Alchemical Admixture. If we go Sky Hunter, we pretty much are forced into Precision, which I don't think is the right play, because I think Alchemical Admixture works better for the way that this is set up. Could also go Victimize. There's unstable imbuements. We're not unstable imbuements. That's not what I was looking for. Good Lord, this sounds like it came right out of an NES game. Where is the one that I'm looking for? Corruption? Yeah, imbuement skills have 60% increased potency. Throw that on the bow, you get 120% increased potency. That one's massive. Does ultimate skill damage even really apply to Shadow Clone? Because Shadow Clone is actually just firing your abilities. I don't think it does. I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. The original Sonic from Genesis. Sounds good to me. I like some Sonic. What stage was this being? Would this be on? I do like me some bursting venoms. Basically just lets you spam poison imbuement. Creeping Death is also powerful. I really don't know if we take that or not. Every time I played around with Rapid Shot, I just didn't really like it. I mean, if you guys don't like the bit tune music, we can change it to something else. This one's Christmas. Why we playing songs from the Christmas era, we just want to sing along. Christmas songs, everywhere we go. Christmas songs, even in January. Honestly, I think we set this up as poison, and bursting venoms is just like a no-brainer. We definitely want bursting venoms. And then I don't know about apogeic further. I don't think that one actually works properly for this particular ability. What we could do with vehement brawlers aspects. I mean, for this build, I'm not really sure what you'd want here. Probably Shroud. Shroud would be pretty powerful here. Shroud of Kandurus is also really good. I mean, we could throw Shroud of Kandurus in. You could throw Shroud of False Death in. Heck, you could throw Tyraels in. It's not really that big of a deal. Yeah, I forgot about Noxious Ice. That one is a pretty powerful one, especially if you're running a poison build. Could be some interesting ways we could add some freezing effects in. It just says chilled enemies. It doesn't even say like... It Totally forgot about Noxious Ice. Noxious Ice is really good. You just need some way to freeze the monsters. I'm pretty sure there's another good one in here we can pull for the we do need a good way to freeze the monsters. Huh. Casino night? I don't think it was casino night. I'll be right back. Could just messing with my green screen back here. Little punk.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Alright, so I'm back. Alright, so let's get finished putting this build together, y'all. I think a lot of this build's powers is going to come from, like, the witchcraft stuff. Is there a way that we can freeze targets? Because then we can get the 40 times multiplier from Noxious Ice, which would be really nice. I don't know if there's any kind of freeze in here. I don't think there is. It doesn't say freeze, though. It says chill. And it doesn't look like there's any chill in here either. There's definitely slow. I know that for a fact. Well, no, because you have to have chilled enemies poisoned by poison imbuement. Further chilled for... Okay. So it basically just kind of like helps you freeze the monster. And then, of course, when the monster is frozen. And I don't know if it's worth it. We'd have to go out of our way to add freezing into the build. We could potentially grab, you know, like freezing effects on all of our like aspects, which is something that you could potentially work in. I think Beastfall boots might be better. Beastfall boots are amazing. I say we bring in Beastfall boots. That way we have massive amounts of damage. So we're using Rapid Fire, and we grab Puncture as our main attack. Shadow Clone becomes our number 4. We're definitely going to take Dark Shroud. There's no reason not to. Which is, we're left with Poison Imbuement. We could potentially use Cold Imbuement, which could be a way that we could grab the Noxious Ice. Or we could just grab Shadow Imbuement for like AoE clear. What's up, Saber? Where's the Demon Dog? The Demon Dog is right behind me. Cody. Watch this. I'm gonna lure him over with a ethereal beefum stick. Cody, would you like a beefum stick? Would you like one of these beefum sticks? These things are pretty good. These one of them is pretty good. You better come up here and get it. You guys come up here and get it. You gotta come say hello to everybody. What's up, Mr. Demon Dog? He's a monster dog, not a demon dog, thank you. Don't be changing his name. That's a good beefum steak. You like that beefum steak? That's good, Mr. Monster Dog. Mr. Kubus, look at him drooling. Ugh, all over me, too. Just drools. Like, it'll come out of him like a fountain. The drool will just come out of him like a fountain. It's crazy. Sometimes I'm like, is it raining? Like, no, that's just a monster dog drooling on me. What do we pull in for our other ability here? Let's go ahead and just build it on the skill planner real quick. So 5 in a rapid fire. Let's go with the 15 energy so we can spam it. We want it to basically, like, feed itself, sort of. That's what we're looking for. We're going to grab Weapon Mastery. Weapon Mastery is always worth taking. Love Weapon Mastery. This one's also pretty good, too. Trick Attacks. Which you can daze or stun enemies really easily by evading through them and all sorts of other things. We'll see if we have an actual ability that we can use. We're going to go ahead and put 5 points in Dark Shroud. Dark Shroud's amazing. Let's go for the heal on Dark Shroud. We're going to be using cooldowns a lot, so let's grab the cooldown dodge chance. Let's also grab Exploits and grab Malice. Those are both really good. We're going to stack out Poison Imbuement. And Blended Poison Imbuement. We're going to stack out Deadly Venom. Love the Alchemical Advantage. And Debilitating Toxins helps out to survive. 10% increased damage to distance enemies. 30% multi just for being distant. That's not bad. 3 in Alchemical Fortune. Aftermath, and Unto Dawn. Those are both really good. 5 into Shadow Clone. Innervation is great for getting back resource, which we definitely want. Now the question is, what do we go with for our main ability? We can go with Alchemical Admixture, and we can stack non-physical damage and get a relatively large amount of bonus. We could go with Victimize, just to get massive amounts of damage that way, and stack Vulnerable. It's also a potential option. We could also potentially go with just Precision and stack through that method, which is also another interesting way to push it. I mean, since we're doing an imbuement build and we're trying to build around imbuments, perhaps we do Alchemical Admixture. Dealing 2 different types of non-physical damage increases the potency of your imbuement skills by 40% times for 5 seconds. This potency is further increased by 40% of the total amount of bonus damage to poison, shadow, and cold that you currently have. I mean, it doesn't necessarily say that I have to use multiple imbuements, does it? It just says that I just need... Huh. Alchemical Admixture. Or we could just go with Precision, grab the Sky Hunter, call it a day. Victimize. Victimize is pretty good too. %, of the same type to them and surrounding enemies. Victimizes damage is increased by 150% times your vulnerable damage. It actually doesn't sound bad, because if it's doing the same type damage, then that means it's doing poison damage. So if we're running poison imbuement and we hit a target with Victimize, it should dish out large amounts of poison damage. So maybe we just go through Victimize. Victimize is pretty powerful. Which leaves us with the whole 3 points. A whole 3 points. We got 5 in Poison Imbuement. We got 5 in Shadow Clone. I mean, the barrier from Second Wind is really nice. We can run that. I don't think I decided on another ability. I think the entire time I was running through there, I never decided on another ability. We got Poison Imbuement, we got Dark Shroud, we got Shadow Clone, we got Puncture, and we got Rapid Fire. And I never decided on anything else. I mean, Shadow Step is really nice for moving behind targets. It's actually a really good one. We could also potentially roll Smoke Grenade for the free poison damage. Or we could just grab Concealment for the ability to get away relatively easily. I actually really do like Concealment. So maybe we run Concealment. I mean, that's a pretty easy one to grab. We'll just pull that and grab Concealment. Grab the movement speed bonus. I like the movement speed bonus. I like to use it for just getting around. It's actually a pretty reliable ability. I don't think we keep it in this order though, because Concealment ends up being more of a like defensive style ability. So Poison Imbuement goes there. Put Concealment like over here. Alright, as a poison damage character, we got a lot of poison damage options. So Aura of Siphoning is poison damage. We've also got the Cycle, which is also poison damage. So that's 2 poison damage effects. We've also got the new gem, the Occult Gem, which gives us poison damage that ticks faster. It is called not Toadling's Wish. Right here, Vulture Talon. While you have an active aura, you deal damage over time 50% faster. No, my first character is probably going to be the Necromancer Saber. We most likely also want the Friend of the Bog. It's just really good. I don't think everybody's going to take Friend of the Bog this season. They just made it too good. I've been theorycrafting tons of builds, my friend. I've done, like, I don't even know, way too many. I did Bloodwave Minion Necromancer. That's the one I'm probably going to do. Earthquake, Hota, Barb, Firebolt, spamming Sorc, Rogue, Trap Grenade, spamming Rapid Fire, Zoo Druid, Lightning Spam Druid, Super Ball Lightning, Sorceress, Focus spamming Born, Spiritborn, a Spiritborn Thorns build. This is the next in the long line, which is another rogue build. It's just trying to take advantage of Shadow Clone and the imbuements. Yeah, Necromancer's super strong this season. Barbarian is going to be super strong this season too, though I wouldn't count Barbarian out. That Earthquake Hota build is insane. I have a feeling that one's going to climb the stars. I think we probably go with the Growth and Decay. It's called Toadling's Wish. I'm pretty sure we go with Toadling's Wish. Because we want poison, and we're going to stack poison, so we're going to stack even more poison. We're going to grab the toad. The toad is also poison. So here, Mr. Toady, 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 Toady. Poison Frog Servant. So we've got 1 poison, 2 poison, 3 poison. There is the decay augmentation also, which we really want. So this is the one that makes it so that when we poison a target past 85% of their life, they're immediately executed. So that one's going to be really valuable for a poison damage character. At that point, we can pretty much just take whatever we want. I don't know how much of this is poison related. There is a Soul Harvest ability, which actually is really good. We should probably take that as well. Which leaves, we don't have a Hex. We could grab a Hex. Or we could grab the Aura bonus. The Aura bonus may also be good. All right. Increases the potency of your hex effects. There's one that increases the potency of auras. Maybe that's the one we want. I can't remember which one it is that increases the potency of auras. Let's just type in aura. Aura specialization, yeah. Let's do that one. That also increases our critical strike damage as well. Which may or may not be important to us, but increasing the size of our poison aura is what we're looking at. Alright, so from here we also need runes. What runes do we go with? Alright, so we're definitely grabbing Dex gems. Let's just go ahead and grab some Dex gems first off. We need 2 rune words. So we're going to put one of those in the weapon because that saves us gem slots, which gem slots are amazing. I don't think we have a pull-in. Well, no, we do have a pull-in because we're using Shroud of Candaris, so we don't need the Cry Rune. We basically have unlimited pull-ins with Shroud. I forgot about that. I mean, we can go for pure damage. We can go for defensive. I mean, Barbarian's Warcry is probably going to be pretty powerful with this. That might be a good way to flow it. Spirit Wolves would be a good way to add in cold damage to the ability, which would allow us to use Noxious Ice. That actually would work very well. I totally forgot about the Spirit Wolves. They freeze everything. I think we just go with Warcry. And then we grab... this entire build would be about using ultimates, but kind of depends on what we want to run. Neo would probably be pretty good for us, to be honest. We could also do an overflow, which could be interesting. Do like the Igni and pull in something for overflowing. Restoring primary resource. We could also just drop tons of stun grenades. That'd be kind of fun too. Just have the stun grenades just like popping out everywhere. Or just grab +1 skills. We can just grab +1 skills. That's also nice too. Specialization is most likely going to be combo points. Weapons are most likely going to be vulnerable gems. I think we got this pretty well set up. Skill tree's done. Paragon board's the only thing left. So let's take a look at the Paragon board. In fact, hold on. Let's go ahead and save it before we forget. No Witness should work because it doesn't just grant damage to your ultimate skill, it also grants damage to all of your abilities for the duration. So I'm pretty sure that that works no matter what. So that's probably a really good play. I mean, we could start out with No Witness. Exploit Weakness is really good too. Let's go ahead and start out with No Witness, because No Witness is very good. I'm just going to grab random stuff for right now. Your non-damage combo point bonuses are increased by 33%. when you spend 3 combo points. But non-damage combo point bonuses are not very effective, right? I mean, what are we looking at as far as like non-damage combo points, like bonuses from Rapid Fire? I was pretty sure Rapid Fire only has damage bonuses, doesn't it? Like, for instance, Penetrating Shot increases lucky hits, which that makes sense. But I don't think Rapid Fire has a non-damage bonus. Do I have to actually choose combo points to see it? It increases the number of arrows. So what does that mean? If it's 8 arrows, how does that even calculate? I mean, is that just going to take 8 arrows and multiply it? So 8 plus 33.33%. So it's going to be 10 arrows instead. I mean, that seems pretty powerful. Just an additional 2 arrows certainly isn't awful if that's how it functions. Maximum life and armor. Let's go over this way. Alright, so that gives us 1 board. We want the core skill damage. Yes, please. Alright, next, Eldritch Bounty is also very powerful. When you attack with a imbued skill, you gain maximum resistance, but you also gain damage. That imbuement's type for 9 seconds. So that one's going to help us out a lot as well. I'd like to go this way. Pretty close to this side. Let's go up here. Then what do we want? We're not going to be using Inner Sight, so Inner Sight's useless for us. Exploit Weakness is pretty good. We're not using any traps, but we could potentially incorporate a trap if we want to use Deadly Ambush. Danse Macabre is pretty interesting. That also flows in very well with what we're doing. So what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5. I think Danse Macabre works better than Exploit Weakness. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. Oh. That is a different story entirely, isn't it? Forgot to go over here and grab this ultimate and this legendary. Alright, so we've got Exploit Weakness, we've got Cunning Stratagem, which I think actually works so nicely for us. We also have Eldritch Bounty, which is for the imbuements, and we're also using No Witness because we're going to be spamming Shadow Clone, which is important for how we're doing things. Let's look at the actual aspects. And first off, we've got Bane. Bane is strength, so we need to put Bane in the best place since we are stacking poison damage. So our highest strength is, what, 69? Yes, so any of these 69s, it doesn't matter. Giggity. And we're going to stack as much strength as we can on these. Alright, so that gives us 69 points into the Bane Glyph, gives us as much poisoning damage as we can. We're definitely going to want to stack that. We probably also want the Canny. Canny is non-physical damage, which also applies. That is poison damage. Poison damage is non-physical, so that should work. That one is Intelligence, so we want the highest Intelligence board. 74, this is the highest Intelligence board. What are we missing here? There we go. Alright, next, we're using exploits, I think. Right, we did go with exploit, right? I can't remember. Yes, we're going with exploit. I mean, sorry, victimize. We're going with victimize. So we need vulnerable damage. So exploit is, I was kind of like crossing the wires in my head there. I mean, exploit is the glyph that you use for vulnerable damage. So, yeah, there's that. It's also strength, however, so we need another... This one's good for strength. That should be fine. Alright, and we're going to want to get as much vulnerable damage as we can. Strength, 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 strength. Alright, that covers all strength from that one. What do we got here? Ambush isn't right. Chip isn't right. Unequip. Unequip. So that leaves us with Bane, Exploit, and Canny, so that's fine. Do we have anything in here for combo points? I can't remember all the glyphs by the top of my head, so I like to search. We also want Tracker. Yeah, we want Tracker. Tracker is Intelligence. We've got 59 and 59 left. This one Intelligence. This one is Strength. That one's put there because it's a 69 Strength. I think maybe we swap Canny with Tracker over here. I think that's what we do. Canny is good, but it's not as good as... Actually, I can't even remember. Does Tracker have poisoning or poison? Poison damage. Or 2 poison targets. 2 poison targets is not as powerful as poisoning or poison damage. So that's not as good. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not the most amazing thing in the world. And then finally, one last glyph. Probably go with Headhunter and just stack decks. It's probably the best way. Headhunter's kind of crazy. Yep, there we go. We got 105 dexterity. And that brings us pretty much to a close on this. We can grab some more nodes. There's some vulnerable damage nearby. Stack as much vulnerable damage as we can. We can go up here and we can grab this damage reduction from vulnerable. There's also some attack speed over here that wouldn't be awful to grab. Unfortunately, the ultimate damage doesn't really do us any good, but it's there. Make sure we grab the damage to elites on the baseboard. We'll grab that maximum life and the resistances. And I think that's pretty much all she wrote. This is a DOT build, so I mean, for your base you could use Aldkin. I said Aldkin for the base. Probably we're here for some tankiness. Throw on like Bastion or something, tie that to Rapid Fire. Aldkin can go down here, grab the DOT bonus, which will help out tremendously with the poison damage while in single target. And that's pretty much it. I don't think there's really much more to that build. Let's go ahead and slap this in the description of the video as well. And I'll put that link in the description if you guys want it. Not sure what build you guys are playing this season. I mean, I figure a lot of you guys are probably playing Necromancers. Speaking of Necromancer, there's actually a really fun build I've been meaning to like Theorycraft, which could be fun to like play around with today. So aside from the blood waves, which are absolutely insane, don't get me wrong, blood waves look absolutely nutso. There is this, which is Bone Storm. So Bone Storm, they beefed it up tremendously. They gave it an increase of 30% times your critical strike damage bonus, and they basically set it up to be like an insane ability as far as damage output goes. Like you could potentially like make it go to the moon. It could be interesting to try and set up like an absolutely crazy version of this for Bone Storm. Now, there's a couple ways that you could potentially do it. One way you could do it is you could get like a bunch of Bone Storms all over the place with the Lidless Wall. The only problem with the Lidless Wall is that the Lidless Wall doesn't apply the Bone Storms in the same location. Lidless Wall specifically states, if you look at it, it says that the Bone Storms, so it says while you have an active Bone Storm, hitting an enemy has up to a 45% chance to spawn a Bone Storm around their location. Each sacrifice bonus increases this chance by 25% and allows you to spawn one more Bone Storm, and each active Bone Storm grants 20% critical strike damage. The problem is that you don't really, like, you can't spawn a Bone Storm on a monster that's already on a Bone Storm. So I tested this. I've tested it, like, many times. When you're attacking a target, if the target is inside of a Bone Storm, you cannot spawn another Bone Storm on the target that is already inside the Bone Storm. Which means that if you have like one boss monster and you're attacking the boss monster, you only get one Bone Storm. However, there is a way to always have two active Bone Storms, which gives you a 40% times multiplier with the critical strike damage, and that's through the Golem. The Golem always has a Bone Storm around it. If you read what it says a swirling storm appears around you and your Golem. So you can guarantee two Bone Storms if you go the Bone Storm route, or the Golem route, but you can only guarantee one Bone Storm when you're fighting a boss if you go this route. You could potentially make another one if the boss leaves the Bone Storm, but then he's still only under the effect of one Bone Storm at any given time. If there's minions or ads or whatever, you could potentially get more Bone Storms that way, but it doesn't spawn additional Bone Storms like in the same place, basically, from what I've seen. And I'm sure I have one laying around, and I can pull up a random necromancer that's half naked, and we can go test it real quick. Nothing like random half naked necromancers. Where's my lidless? Where's my lidless? I better have a lidless. The lidless wall. I know I have one, so where is it? Do I have a second necromancer? I think I have a second necromancer. That's what it is. Multiple naked mancers. The mancers of the nakedness. This guy's so old. He's from like season 1. Actually, season 0. He's season 0, actually. He's preseason. That's how old my boy is. He's preseason. Don't laugh at my boy here. This is one of the first characters I ever made. All his gear's broken. He's wearing like a bunch of like, you know, red skulled equipment. All his gear's like from literally a trillion seasons ago. So don't be making fun of my guy. Okay? Don't be making fun of him. I'll fight you. Don't tell me I don't got a lidless on him either. I don't got a lidless on him either? That's to be asked. Well, time to gamble for a lidless. Let's go! Gambling for a lidless. This is what we do. Ha, see? Look at that. It worked. Alright, so we got ourselves a lidless. Now we just need the actual skill so that we can test it. So let's do you. I don't know. Get out of there, stupid boobies. Alright, so the general logistics of this is that when you use Bone Storm, which we need to put on the bar. So when you use Bone Storm, you get one Bone Storm around you, and you get one Bone Storm around the golem, right? So you have 2 Bone Storms guaranteed. You don't necessarily get more Bone Storms from lidless unless the monsters are outside of a Bone Storm. So they have to like not be in a Bone Storm. So you have to have a Bone Storm active, and then you have to hit a monster that is outside of the Bone Storm to potentially create another Bone Storm. And it doesn't always work very well. It's a little jankety. I mean, there's definitely a lot that you could do to bring down the cooldown to try and make it so that your Bone Storm is active 100% of the time. Abhorrent Decrepify is definitely one of the ways that you could potentially pull that off. We also need to sack some monsters. I totally forgot about that. Let's sack them. So if you're going to use lidless, you got to sack at least essentially all your minions, except for your golem. Your golem's the only one that you'd want to keep. Let's just go over to the kill the Shad. We'll go to the training dummies. It's easier that way. They don't die. It's easier to test things when the monsters don't die. Also, coincidentally, if you ever see like a content creator showing you some like ridiculously high damage numbers on the dummies, one of the reasons why you're able to obtain such ridiculously high damage numbers on the dummies is because they don't die. Most monsters, on the other hand, like will die long before you ever reach those numbers. But since the dummies don't actually ever die, and since you can continually stack debuffs and buffs and all sorts of other things on the dummies forever, they also sit at low life, you know, like levels and all sorts of other things. You can reach much higher numbers on the dummies than you can on actual real monsters. Again, because they don't die. So, in general, like I'm assuming I just use this, right? So I use my ability, and then I should be able to trigger another Bone Storm. There we go. We've got another one. But I won't be able to trigger another Bone Storm inside, as far as I'm aware. I got my Bone Storm around the Golem. I got my Bone Storm around me. I mean, to me, it seems like the better way to do this, instead of going down the lidless route, it seems like the better way to do this would be to whip out a grandfather and use the grandfather. Like, that's the way that seems like would be best to me. Because then when you're in here and you're fighting all the monsters, and your golem is in there and doing his thing, and you use your Bone Storm, that way you get two very powerful Bone Storms utilizing the grandfather to enhance your critical strike damage, which should make your Bone Storm hit like a Mack truck, which is essentially the goal, right? So you want to build a character entirely around having a ridiculous amount of damage. This is a 540 grandfather. Ugh. This is one of my ones from a previous season, and it got like hit into the dirt, didn't it? Man, they don't got no respect for the Eternal Realm, do they? Poor Eternal Realm players getting just like pushed into the dirt, their face just like straight in there. They're screaming for help. The freaking Blizzard doesn't care about you, Eternal Realm players, man. They don't care about you at all. Like, they're gonna take all your Ubers and they're like, oh, have a 540 Andariel's Visage and a 540 Harlequin Crest and a 540 Tyrael's and a 540 Havarion and a 540 Doombringer. What usefulness does a 540 Uber unique weapon have? Like, there's like no usefulness to it whatsoever. It's basically garbage. It's just it's like 100% garbage. So assuming we go the grandfather route, which I think though is the way to go. We build bone skills, right? So that's the entire plan. We build bone skills. Now, since Bone Storm is the main goal of the build, we gotta build around Bone Storm as much as humanly possible. So we need the cooldown reduction like to the limit. So first off, we could use Harlequin Crest, which I think would be a very powerful item for this build with the massive cooldown reduction, right? So we throw that in. Now we've got, what is that, 29.82 seconds? That's not very good. Like, we still got a lot of cooldown that we got to deal with at that point. Hectic aspect could be very interesting, but that means we would have to go with a basic build. So if we used Hectic aspect in the build, we'd get the ability to reduce all cooldowns every single time we're using our main basic ability. Problem is we're doing a bone build. We're going to want a basic ability that lines up with the bone stuff. Otherwise, what's the point, right? So at that point, we're pretty much tied into bone splinters, I guess. So this becomes a bone splinters build. So, I mean, let's like kind of write down our logic here. So Bone Storm, it becomes basic spam bone splinters? Question mark. I mean, it's doable. I've done it. There's ways that you can potentially make it work. I don't know if it's necessarily the best way to set anything up, but we could potentially build a basic bone spam build. I mean, that's an option. Let's go ahead and craft ourselves up a new... Actually, I don't even know if I can, now that I think about it. How many sparks do I have just laying around? 23 sparks. Can you not forge equipment in this game? Is it because I'm too low level or something? Because I'm only level 50? Am I not allowed to forge equipment at level 50? Alright, so let's run under the assumption that we're going to use Grandfather, because I think Grandfather is an interesting way to potentially push this. So, unequip the lidless. And we go into the Grandfather realm. Now, the Grandfather comes with some negatives, of course. We lose access to one of our slots. It does have some very nice critical strike damage bonus, but we have to stack critical strike damage to take advantage of it. Otherwise, it's useless. Assuming that we end up using Bone Splinters as our main ability, there's a lot of ways that we could potentially take advantage of Bone Splinters. There's the new boots that only came out, what, last season? The Path of Trigul, which Bone Prison traps a larger area and fires 10 to 30 bone splinters at enemies trapped within, increases your maximum essence. I mean, basically, this would just be a way that would allow us to fire off a massive number of bone splinters at a target. So we throw Bone Prison around them, and then Bone Prison starts spamming the splinters around the target as much as humanly possible, which could be interesting. That is definitely a way we could go if we go with this. But the problem with the whole basic builds, and this is just my kind of like poopy thought here, is that if you go with a basic build, what you end up with is a problem revolving around like the aspects. So like the Moonrise aspect is nice, but it doesn't apply any damage to Bone Storm. The adaptability aspect is nice, but it doesn't apply any damage to Bone Storm. So maybe that's not the way we go. There's another way we could potentially go. Another way we could potentially reset the ability. And that has to do with this right here. It's called Rapid Ossification. So Rapid Ossification says that every 100 essence that you spend reduces the cooldowns of your bone skills by 0.5 seconds. Which means that if you spend a large amount of essence, you get a large amount of cooldown reduction. And of course, spamming essence and getting rid of large amounts of essence can potentially reduce the cooldown of your abilities very, very, very quickly. To give you an idea, if I had, for instance, Bone Spirit, which is probably the skill that you would use with this, and Bone Spirit was able to consume 300 essence, which is very easy to do, I could potentially multiply that by, of course, let's just go on here. It's easier this way. So if we take a look at Rapid Ossification, we get 1.5 second reduction per 100 essence that we spend, which means that we can potentially grab even more reduction through spamming Bone Spirit. So this sort of becomes a Bone Spirit build at that point. In this way, if we do 300, that's 300 times 1.5, which ends up being 400 and... Or sorry. 3 times 1.5, which ends up being 4.5 seconds per cast of Bone Spirit. We can increase that, as far as I'm aware, through the aspect, unless they took it away, or the inside of here. So if we go into the tempering menu, I believe under resource, there's an option that gives us ranks to Rapid Ossification. Yes, so we can get 1 to 2 ranks from Rapid Ossification here, which means that we could potentially grab... 2, 4, 6, so we could get a total of 6 ranks, maybe rank it up one more time if we masterwork the item. So you're looking at 3, 6, 9, so a total of 9. And if we do the math on that, that's 1.5 times 9 is 13.5 seconds. No, wait, it's 0.5 per, right? So 0.5 times 9 is 4.5. And then times 3 is 13.5. So we get about 13.5 seconds off every time we spend 300 essence with Bone Spirit. Now, we don't necessarily have to go that deeply into it. It's not necessarily a matter of, do we need Bone Spirit to do damage? We could potentially use Bone Spirit just to spam Bone Storm, which kind of sucks, but... I mean, I don't think that's a good way to play it. Another thing is that we have to actually restore the essence that we're using. So there's also like a whole thing there as well. There is another one that helps out with that, but it takes away our cooldown reduction. So there's a little bit of a problem with that. So there's the Casting a Macabre skill, restores 21 primary resource. There's also Casting an Ultimate skill, restores 45 primary resource, though. Huh. Not really sure how that would work out. These items don't even interact with this system. I mean, if we're talking about 100% uptime on Bone Storm, and that's what we're trying to do, then Rapid Ossification is a very good way to get that. we could definitely get a huge amount of cooldown reduction that way. And it works for all bone skills. So we would have cooldown reduction for Bone Prison if we were utilizing that. We would also have cooldown reduction for Bone Storm. And trying to think if we have any other bone abilities that are cooldown abilities. There really isn't a lot of other cooldown abilities that are bone abilities. Rapid ossification really only applies to Bone Storm and Bone Prison. Pretty much it. I mean, well, Bone Spirit has a cooldown as well, so there is also that. So I guess it technically applies to itself. How would this even look? Let's redo a mock example on this and see how this would potentially look. So I don't really care about the base skill. It doesn't matter. We do want maximum essence. And Hued Flesh is also very nice, so we'll grab both of those. Necrotic Fortitude is great. I don't know if we're going to have any way to fortify ourselves. It would be good if we did, but I don't know if we are. Let's go ahead and snag that as well. Probably going to end up using Bone Prison, I would assume. I don't see why not. Probably going to end up using some sort of curse. Abhorrent Decrepify reduces the cooldowns of our ultimate, which is going to help keep us into 100% uptime. Precision Decay for the lucky hit chance, yes. We probably go 5 into Bone Spirits and grab the one that restores the essence. At this point, we're pretty much going into pretty much all these. There's no reason why not to grab all of them at this point. We're going to be going to Ossified Essence, and we're going 5 into Bone Storm. This is most likely going to be a sacrifice build, with the exception of the minions. So it's just going to be the Golem and me. So we're probably going Golem Mastery and Memento Mori. And then we can grab Standalone and Finality. Both of those are definitely going to be powerful. Finality is going to help us a lot for the Bone Storm. We want ultimate skill damage, obviously. So any ultimate skill damage that we can get is going to help us out tremendously. Increased damage while healthy. We definitely want that. That one definitely is useful for us. And then Death's Embrace, damage to close enemies, because obviously Bone Storm is a relatively small ability, and although we can increase the size of it, we still got to get relatively close to the targets. So we're probably going to be in close range most of the time when we're using it. I think that pretty much does it. So let's see what our gear loadout would be. So we're probably going to be spamming a little bit of Bone Prison. I would imagine that Bone Storm would just go on right click at that point, because you would want it up at basically all times. So you're just going to throw that on right click and it's going to be constantly active. Bone Prison actually should probably go over here, because uncasting it is unfortunately a pain in the butt. You don't want to uncast it. And then we're left with one other ability. I mean, I didn't grab Corpse Tendrils. We could probably grab that. Go back into the skill tree and we could grab Corpse Tendrils. Corpse Tendrils is very nice. There's nothing wrong with Corpse Tendrils. Definitely a very powerful ability. Trying to think what we could drop for Corpse Tendrils. We're keeping the damage while healthy. I'm not sure we're going to have a fortification option, so let's go this way. And let's grab the one that makes the enemies vulnerable. Alright, so with the understanding that we're going with a potential Bone Spirit build, it's really just about trying to increase the damage of Bone Storm while also increasing the damage of Bone Spirit. Of course I didn't put Bone Spirit up here. Silly me. Usually with my Bone Spirit builds, I like to use Banished Sword Salesman. I'm not entirely sure about this now. I mean, overpowers are nice, but I'm not sure how overpowers are going to apply to Bone Storm. We may also very well want to use the new unique pants that got changed in the patch, the Blood Moon Breaches, which now scale critical strike damage instead of overpower damage. So that one definitely could be very powerful. It gives us critical strike damage, it gives us Golem Mastery, Hellbent Commander. Also allows us to randomly apply our curses. I'm not really sure how well that would work though. Grandfather is going to give us a huge bandit damage bonus, but we need more than that. We're probably going to want to use the new ultimates, so Apoetic Fervor, and we're going to want to run Vehement Brawler's Aspect. Those are both really powerful. There is 2 Bone Storm ones. I can't remember. One of them is just the one that gives us the consuming the corpses to increase its duration. I can't remember if this one ever actually worked properly. I think I remember it consumed the corpses, but half the time it never actually like increased the duration like it was supposed to. Does it actually work now? I'm not really sure we're going to have enough corpses to take advantage of it anyway. I don't think we need it. Maybe, but I don't think we need it. I think we do without it. We do, however, need the crit damage build options. So we need Serration, which is the Ossified Essence key passive, increases critical strike damage of your bone skills per essence. We need that one. We might have to actually move that to the gloves. Unequip you. God, we're always like so limited on the aspects that we can choose for this particular build. I mean, there's some really good choices for Bone Spirits. And if we go the ultimate direction, we really can't choose any of them. We really need Shattered Bone Spirit to restore our essence, which is one of the best ways to restore essence while firing Bone Spirit. It's probably the best option that we have. All the rest of the essence options are inferior to the way that this one works. Serration is basically required to increase our critical strike damage. Grandfather is also increasing our critical strike damage. We probably want to go with 2 critical strike gems in the sword instead of going with the rune word there. Trying to think what we go through from here. I mean, Shroud of False Death is amazing. Nobody's going to argue that. It's an amazing armor. It's probably a good option for this build too. Aspect of assistance. It's not really what we're looking for. Like every single build has a Harlequin Greshako in it. What's the best option? Harlequin Greshako. I think it is honestly the best option. It gives 4 ranks to the actual Bones Storm skill, and it also reduces the cooldown by a rather large margin. Hopefully you get a one with a greater affix on the cooldown reduction. It also gives us maximum resource, which is what we need to increase our maximum resource for the spending so that Ossify Essence actually gives us what we're looking for. So I think that one is very important as well. Trying to think which one did we want. There's also the one where you can reduce the cooldown of your ultimate by consuming blood orbs, which isn't exactly an awful option. That's called the fast blood aspect, but the fast blood aspect is a ring slot, which means we'd have to give up one of our offensive aspects. I mean, one thing that we could potentially do is we just don't build directly into Bone Spirit as much as we would want. Just let it eat all the essence that we do have. Not really worry about the damage output. Try and go for essence regeneration instead. I don't know. It's definitely going to be an interesting build. We have a couple ways of restoring essence. So Bone Prison restores essence when you trap monsters in it. Bone Spirit itself will restore 30% of our maximum essence over the next 4 seconds whenever you fire it. So that's also a potential way that we can do it. We also have the Shattered aspect here, which is it'll fire Bone Spirit Splinters in all directions, and the Bone Splinters will give 6 essence per enemy hit. So we'll get 6 essence for each Bone Splinter that hits the targets. This one's actually really easy to manipulate because you just stand close to the targets when you fire, and it hits them with like at least half, if not sometimes more, of the potential Bone Splinters that are coming out, so you can restore most of your essence with this. Not all of it, but most of it. So there's definitely a lot of ways here that we're going to restore essence. So that's not awful. Unfortunately, Hectic Ditch doesn't really work for us. We'd have to just hold down the button and spam basic skills, and the basic skills just do no damage. It's just not the greatest. Consuming a corpse has a chance to spawn a blood orb, which we're not doing. What's up, Irene? How's it going? Good to see you. One of the regulars. Oh yeah, Aspect of Shielding Storm. What am I doing? I'm stupid. Aspect of Shielding Storm is amazing. Of course we use Aspect of Shielding Storm. Duh. Duh, 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 duh. Alright, so let's work on some of these. Friend of the Bog is just insane, so I'm pretty sure we just put Friend of the Bog on everything. It's probably one of the most powerful gems in the Doojank. Good luck getting your hands on it, but I don't know where it comes from. I guess we're going to have to find it. It's a legendary gem. It's It's amazing, though. It's a legendary amazing gem. What's up, Chippy Curse? Got the Chippy Curse up in here. When you have an aura active, pull nearby enemies towards you every 8 seconds. I like that. The Hungering Void. Hungering Void. Defensive Macabre trap skills have a 20% cooldown reduction. Psyche powers. I think we just go with the Vengeful Spirit. It's a defensive. It works really well. Another interesting thing we could do is we could go like Aura Master. Could be kind of neat. We could go like full Aura Dujinx. We want critical strike chance. We want that one, and we're definitely going to grab a golem. We kind of want something that pulls in the monsters, so we'll grab the one that pulls in. He's going to have a bone storm around him, so we want him to pull in the monsters so they hit the bone storm. I think that's probably the best way to handle that. How fast do I think I'm going to get a grandfather? I mean, they give you basically one Uber Unique for free, so if you want to choose a grandfather, you can choose a grandfather. It's up to you. It's not going to be impossible to get your hands on a grandfather if that's the only one you get. Let's do auras. I think the auras are pretty powerful, so let's grab the one that poisons the enemies around us. We're going to grab the one that makes them, like, lock up. We're definitely going to grab the Soul Harvest, which is a growth and decay power. We got 1, 2. We need one more growth and decay power. I mean, the Poison Frog Servant, I don't know if I want him. Because I don't want him taunting them away from the golem. Hicks of Whispers, grow. I mean, I don't know if that's useful. Will that make my Bone Storm bigger? Oh. What's up, Toxic? Yeah, I've been streaming for a long time, man. I've had like 5,000 viewers before. It really depends on how popular the game is at that particular moment. You know, it's like it's up there. Like I think when Diablo IV launched, I had like the first patch notes. I think I had like 4,800 people in there. The Diablo 2, Diablo 4. Also been doing Path of Exile 2 content. I got tons of viewers. Like Twitch is usually not my main platform, so I mean. Thanks to Rob earlier who shot me a huge raid. Really appreciate that, Rob. Shout out in the chat if you guys are still here from the Rob raid. Alright, so we got... I don't know if grow is the right choice. Man, it would be really interesting if it worked that way, though. So, how this works is, like, when you get it to rank 11, you get 100% critical strike chance. And, of course, we're basing our entire build around critical strike chance. So, like, if the Bone Storm that applies around the Golem has 100% critical strike chance, it's going to hit, like, a Mack truck. Which could be really interesting. Let's leave that in there for right now. We'll play with it. That does give us 3 growth and decay powers. So, that's what we're looking for. So, let's grab something else. I didn't finish the Mercenary on my Path of Blood Wave Necromancer. Oh, man. We want this one, Aura of Specialization, that gives you critical strike damage by 50% of enemies inside your aura. That's going to give us a huge bonus as well. So we have the Aura, and then we have the critical strike damage bonus on top of that. Runes. What do we want for runes? I don't even know. We're going to be in close quarters combat a lot. We're going to be standing like right in the monsters' faces. Not entirely sure what exactly we need. We can, of course, get ultimate skill cooldown reduction, which could potentially allow us to spam our ability more. There is, of course, the, what is it, the Zek rune. Reduce your ultimate cooldown by 1 second. Further reduction overflow. Let's put the Zek rune together with that new rune, the Igni, the one that builds up to an overflow. And that way we could potentially get more cooldown reduction there so we can spam more Bone Storms. The entire goal is to spam Bone Storm, so, I mean, it'll also help other things, because we get attack speed, we get critical strike chance. I mean, we get critical strike damage bonus multipliers on there, too, for it being rank 5. Then we can stack on something else, so, like, I'm trying to think here. We don't need pull-ins. We've got, like, multiple pull-ins, so we are fine. We really need restore primary resource. That's what we need. We need any way to restore primary resource that we can potentially come up with. Let's throw the summon rune in there. The new one. It's called Nagu. I know we only have one summon, but it's 100 offering. Well, actually, it's 100 offering every 5 seconds. That one might not work very well if we only have one summon. Neo would potentially work better. Realistically, we want something that actually happens all the time, though. That's kind of like the main draw. We want something that's going to be constantly churning out resource for us. Actually, you know what? What if we put Igni on the Lum rune to restore resource? Oh wait, it has a cooldown? Restore 2.5% resource. Overflow, increased resource restored. Oh, what? Huh? What? What? Huh? What? We can throw something else on the ultimate cooldown. It's not that big of a deal. We want to overflow it, so probably just throw the Neo on there, so it's a constant tick. So it's just constantly giving us like 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. I think that'll probably be better. And then this way, the Lum rune will be restoring resource to us constantly. The reason why we need resource constantly is because we're using Bone Spirit, and Bone Spirit consumes all of our resource. And we're using that resource to reset Bone Storm, which is kind of like kit and caboodle of how the entire build works. So, okay. So let's hop into the Paragon board, and let's get this set up for the way that this would work. Obviously, we're setting up for a bone build, so Bone Spirit is still going to do damage. I don't know if it's going to be the most amazing ability in the world, but it's still going to do pretty good damage. And we're still going to be picking, of course, the main bone thing, which is Bone Graft. Bone Graft is going to give us a lot of our damage output. What we got here? Maximum Essence, and we want all the Maximum Essence nodes that we can get, so we're going to come right up here, and we're going to snag these Maximum Essence nodes. We want all of that. Thank you. We're going to need the damage reduction, because we're going to be in the middle, in the thick of it a lot. In the thickle bits. A dummy question, but maybe I haven't played the game since Season 2. I'm wondering if I need to purchase the DLC for Season 7. Would I benefit from it? Thanks. Yes, the DLC is going to get you access to all of the goodies, the new zone. Here, let me show you. So, just like in Diablo 2, when you purchase the expansion, you got access to Act 5. This new zone, the Nahatu zone, is completely locked if you don't have the expansion. Also, the class that goes with it is completely locked. So, for instance, you cannot play the Spiritborn, which might not necessarily be a problem. However, there are also mercenaries, which you will find, I think it's like right here or something. The mercenaries are also locked behind the expansion, so you cannot play with the mercenaries. There's also some very fun things to do in Nahatu. I think you'd rather enjoy Nahatu, to be perfectly honest. You get to return to the docks. The docks are right here. This is the original docks from Diablo 2. Hey, there's a lot missing if you don't have the expansion. You can play the game without the expansion, but you're not going to have a very fun experience while everybody's over in the new zone playing with the new stuff, and you can't. There's also a raid, which is like up here that you're not going to have access to, which is actually kind of fun. And trying to remember, there's one other thing. Obviously, there's the new city. Oh yes, there's the this is the time trials or whatever you want to call them. They're actually pretty fun. They're right here, so you won't have access to those either. There's a lot missing. It's just like playing Diablo 2 without the expansion. Like if you play Diablo 2 without the expansion, without the Lord of Destruction expansion, you can totally play. It's not an unplayable game, but you are missing out on a lot. A lot. Let's see here. So we're gonna need lots of crits, as much crit as we can potentially get, which is gonna bleed into other areas. We're gonna have to set this up pretty darn well. Let's just go ahead and take this one. 100% increased overpower damage would work really well if we go with the, I'm trying to think if we even want to do that, though. I don't even know if Bone Storm can overpower like that. Or how it even works when it overpowers. I mean, we could test it real quick. If it feeds into the overpower system well, I mean, I guess. If it doesn't feed into the overpower system well, then I don't know. Do I even have a Banished Lord's Talisman? Not on this character. Let me hop over to my seasonal Necromancer who actually has access to good equipment. We're just going to test real quick and see if it can overpower. I mean, if it overpowers, it overpowers. If it doesn't overpower, well then, I don't know. It wouldn't be worth it if it's like split up into a bunch of different things. If it's snapshots, that could be absolutely hilarious. There we go. Nice little Banished Lord's Talisman. That's all we need. Alright, so all we gotta do is just test out whether to see if it snapshots or not. Okay. So all we got to do is hold on. Let me sack these guys real quick. Okay. So now that we have these guys sacked, what we're going to do is we're just going to build up our resources until we get the appropriate amount. So you see down here it's counting. We're going to count 370, 275. Alright, so now that we have it, we're going to hit Bone Storm. Bone Storm does not consume it, because of course it's not a core skill. That's right. So Bone Storm doesn't even consume the effect, so it doesn't even matter. So there's no way we can potentially even use that with Bone Storm. So Bone Storm's going to have to be built around crit, not around overpower. Okay, well that answers the question at least, so that's not bad. So in that case, we don't go with Bloodbath, because Bloodbath I don't think is going to do us any good. Cult Leader is basically useless. We could potentially utilize Flesh Eater if we consume corpses. I don't have any corpse consumer on my bar right now, so that's unfortunate. Frailty is really nice. That one's just like an additional multiplier for cursing, so we can definitely take that. We have a curse. We're using Decrepify. We're going to be keeping that up pretty much non-stop, so that should be perfectly fine. Ugh. Shadow damage on this side, which we definitely don't want. Alright. We definitely would like that attack speed though. That attack speed's beautiful. Let's do a little circumnavigate globe. A little globe trotting. We can come up here and grab this one for the next exit. Shadow resistance and the resistance to all elements. There's armor there. Armor is nice. We don't really need the resistance, but we do need the armor. That could be a node we take later. Alright, so Wither is useless to us. Ascent of Death could potentially be useful. Hulking Monstrosity. I don't think that Hulking Monstrosity affects the damage of the Bone Storm that's going around my boy. I do not think that that works. We could potentially test it just to see. I really doubt that the Bone Storm that's going around my minion is affected by that. If I go in here, we can just like sack one of these boards real quick. It doesn't matter. Alright, so let's grab Hulking Monstrosity. And all we have to do is we just got a path to Hulking Monstrosity. I don't even care about the rest of this crap. Alright, so we're not actually going to take Hulking Monstrosity. Not yet. Let's go ahead and pull the Golem back in. Put the Golem back on the bar. Alright, so 100 times multiplier is a lot. So if it works, it should be really obvious that it works, right? Should be a huge difference between what we're seeing and what we're not seeing. So let's just go ahead and use our ability. And we're getting, what, like 524, 422... like 500 to 200 to 300, 200 to 500, right? So we should see a huge difference between 200 to 300. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to grab the Paragon board. We're just going to pop that little node in there. So there we go. We're even going to like resummon the Golem. That way we can be sure that he didn't like snapshot the bad juju. Alright, we'll wait for him to respawn. There is a cooldown on him. Alright, here he is. Alright, get back over there. And then... this boy is making my whole life miserable over here, just doing whatever he wants to do. I don't care about you. I'm about to go dismiss you. I'm about to go to the mercenary yard and dismiss you because you're just being annoying. Back to F up. I don't care about your little demon form. Your butthole's itchy. How about that? So judging by those damage numbers, I think we can safely say no. That 100% multiplier does not apply to the Golem Bone Storm. It does not apply at all. So that's completely useless for us. Well, dang. What the hell do we even take? We've got, what, 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3. We got 3 boards. We still got 2 more boards that we need to take to hit 5. I mean, consuming corpses is definitely something that we should probably have. I don't have any way to consume corpses, though, which means we would need, like, corpse explosion or something like that, which is stupid. Hate corpse explosion. I hate being forced to use the corpse generators. Like, I like to use them, but I don't like to be forced to use them. Like, you kind of get what I mean? And Flesh Eater is one of those ones where it's like, hey, here's a 40 times multiplier if you do this. And you're like, oh, okay, well, I don't really want to, though, but... I'll be like, alright. Like, what do you mean you don't want to? I mean, the Blood Orbs one, we could do. There's definitely not impossible to collect Blood Orbs around us. We could utilize Corpse Tendrils to create the Blood Orbs. It's actually pretty easy. God, I always forget how terrible the like Necromancer Paragon board is. It's like a bunch of stuff that is only pertinent to specific builds, and you basically have no choice but to take like ones that you probably don't really want to take, just simply because you're like, oh look, there's some stuff that am forced to take because I have no other choices to take anything that I would like. It's why is every single Necromancer build gotta explode corpses? Like, why does every single Necromancer build have to like take, like, go collect blood orbs? Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's poopy, is what it is. It's the poopies. Poopy doo be doo be doo be doo be doo be doo be doo poop 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 poopy doo be doo be doo. I mean, having 100% times increased overpower damage is not bad. It doesn't particularly help us, though. That's the problem. I mean, let's just look at these logically. Wither, shadow damage, completely useless. Hulking monstrosity, summon damage. We're not building some damage. We're not building golem damage. We don't freaking care about the golem. The only thing that would really do for us is maybe make the golem harder to kill, which, I guess, I don't know. If I really want a hard-to-kill golem, I feel like I could just choose one of the hard-to-kill golems. There's options on there for, like, the golem being really hard to kill. I don't know, again, kind of useless. Flesh Eater, consuming 5 corpses. Absolutely useless unless we have some sort of corpse generator. Do we want a corpse generator? Like, maybe. I mean, this is an option that we could potentially use if we go put a corpse generator in the build. Cult Leader doesn't really do us any good at all. It's specifically for minions, and we're not building minions. We don't care about our golem. He's just there to put an extra Bone Storm on the battlefield so that we have 2 Bone Storms going at the same time. Blood Begins Blood is something that we could potentially do. So maybe Blood Begins Blood is one of the ones that we choose. I could potentially utilize that one. If I go and I swap on the skill tree, if I just swap Corpse Tendrils from the Vulnerable to the Blighted Corpse Tendrils, which is the one that has a 30% chance to drop a Blood Orb when damaging enemies, bam, I've got Blood Orbs. So I can do that. So that is an option. No, the Corpse Tendrils doesn't actually consume the corpse, so Flesh Eater doesn't work with Corpse Tendrils, unfortunately. Does not consume the corpse. It is the poopy. It is the poopy. Alright, so we've got blood damage and we've got blood orb healing. Both are kind of poopies. I guess we're going over the blood orb healing side because I don't really need any of the blood damage bonuses. What do we got left here? We get one more board. Yay! I guess Bloodbath is the one we take, unless we're going to go do Corpse Consumers. It's the only one left. I mean, we're not exactly built for overpower damage. Bone Storm can overpower, Bone Spirit can overpower, but it's going to be a low percentage. Alright, so nodes. We need crits, like above all else, for this build to make this build work. So Essence is going to be one of our main nodes. Essence is Dexterity. So out of all these boards, we got a 74 Dex, a 74 Dex, and a 64. What's on this node? Critical strike damage and bone skill damage. We don't want to put it there. What's this one? Damage while fortified and overpower damage. Perfect. So Essence goes here. And we're going to want to stack as much critical strike damage as we can. The entire point of this is obviously to get our critical strike damage high enough to actually make Bone Spirit deal real damage. So we're going to take all 74 Dexterity within that node cluster. We don't have a lot of... I could have sworn there was another critical glyph for the Necromancer, but maybe I was wrong. Isn't it called Spirit? No, he doesn't have access to Spirit. I get my glyphs confused. Some of the glyphs are cross characters, and some of them are not cross characters. It kind of messes with my head a little bit. Is there one in here, ultimates? I thought there was one in here that had to do with ultimates or like cooldown. No ultimates or cooldown stuff. What about bone? Let's type in bone. Bonely bones? No bonely bones either? Wow. Alright, so it looks like we got no choice but to just roll down the list. Amplify is really good. It's a magic node increaser. We probably put this one here with the critical strike damage, actually. So Amplify would go here, increase the critical strike damage, and increase the bone skill damage. It's just a 40, so that one's already done. It was already in the right place, and it was already done. Look at me. Almost like I knew. You and your minions deal 10% increased physical damage, and you gain 1% movement speed for each active minion. I mean... 10% increased physical damage is what we want. So Corporeal could be a good choice. Kind of miss out on the movement speed portion, but that's actually pretty nice. It has magic node increases. What do we have for magic nodes nearby? We've got... damage to healthy and damage to injured. Damage while healthy and blood damage, which is completely useless to us. I mean, we could take it for the intelligence node, that's about it. This one's just like raw damage output. Might actually be really good to put that one here. Just throw it in with the raw damage and just move on. That way we get raw damage bonus and raw damage bonus onto elites. I mean, that's not bad. Okay, so we've got Essence, we've got Amplify, which is for curses, we've got Corporeal, which increases physical damage. We got, what, 1, 2, and then we got 3. So we got 3 more glyphs that we need to figure out. Bow, bow. Sacrificial. You deal 10% increased times damage while you have no active minions. Unfortunately, that won't work for us. Mage is for the mages. Imbiber. Boopies. Deal 3% times increased damage up to 18% times for each close corpse. That could actually work, because we're not using the corpses. So instead, the corpses would pile up around us, giving us the ability to potentially have much more damage. That would increase his rare nodes, Gravekeeper, crowd control, and vulnerable damage. I mean, vulnerable damage isn't awful. What are my other options? Damage to injured and damage to healthy. Blood damage and damage while healthy. Damage while crowd control kind of sucks. Damage while injured and damage while healthy. Those are both okay. So I guess we put the Dead Razor. Not the Dead Razor, what was it? Gravekeeper? Yeah, the Gravekeeper. We can put the Gravekeeper there. That's not a bad choice. A little bit of Dex, turn that baby on. And what else do we got? Dominate is when you overpower an enemy. We just don't have any way to overpower the enemy. We could sacrifice an aspect and throw in Banished Lord's Talisman, I guess. I'm not really sure if that's worth it, though, for what we're trying to do, because we're trying to increase the damage of Bone Storm, not increase the damage of Bone Spirit. Bone Spirit's more of a, like, assist ability. We've got Eliminator, which Eliminator could obviously give us a large amount of intelligence. I mean, that one's not a bad one. Just grab, like, every single intelligence node. Bink, bink. And just like that, we get a huge amount of intelligence. There's only 95 on this board. Guess I should have picked one that had more intelligence. Alright, that leaves this node. That's the last one that we have anything for. We could put exploits. Revenge isn't awful. We can potentially get Thorns damage, and it makes it really easy to get that multiplier. Unfortunately, it's just a rare node multiplier, so again, we're stuck in a weird situation where we've got, like, just grab a couple points and then bam, we're done. I mean, at this point, it's pretty much just take the rest of our 38 points and dump them into whatever we want. We don't really need resistances as a Necromancer. We usually have more than enough. Damage reduction isn't terrible, though, so grabbing the DR here wouldn't be awful. We're going to be in close range a lot to the monsters, so... Shadow damage over time is a da poopy. We don't need that. We could, however, go down here and grab these maximum life nodes. Maximum life is always nice. We got more maximum life nodes over here. God, the Necromancer board is so poopy. It's all fun and games till you get to the board and you realize the Paragon board has, like, very little to actually offer you in terms of, like, pretty much anything. Critical strike chance, critical strike chance, critical strike chance. We want all that. Why did I not take that? Why? Why would I not do that? Why would I not do that? That's just silly. We need that armor. Armor is always useful on a class that has struggles with armor. Alright, and that pretty much cancels him out. I have no idea how this build's gonna work. I don't know. I really don't know. It certainly got the stuff to make it work. The Bone Storm should definitely hit like a mag truck. Obviously, you're going to have to stack critical strike damage on basically everything you got. You're going to have to put critical strike damage on your gloves, on both of your rings, your amulet. Critical strike damage from every single source that you can. That's why we have critical strike damage on our emeralds on our weapon here, instead of going with the the topazes for intelligence. We've also got the critical strike damage bonus on the aura of a specialization. And we're running the grandfather, which gives 100% to your critical strike damage. We're also running the aspect of serration, which increases our critical strike damage. So it's really just up to us at that point to make sure that we're running as much critical strike damage as we possibly can. Unfortunately, the golem also potentially could give us more critical strike damage. But what we really need him to double up the storm. Like, the entire idea behind this is that you're getting 2 bone storms, you're stacking all the damage on the bone storm, your golem is getting 1 bone storm, you're getting the other. You're able to basically hit the target with 2 bone storms at the same time. Obviously, I don't have this build actually set up properly, so I'm not getting anywhere near the damage output I would need. But, I mean, if we just, as an example, I can show you how it would potentially work. So if we hop over here to the dummy, obviously if I'm in range and the golem is in range and I use Bone Storm, see we have 2 Bone Storms. And so the monster's getting hit by both Bone Storms at the same time, essentially, which is what gives the entire build any kind of like credence, 2 times the damage. And of course we want to keep that Bone Storm active all the time. We get damage reduction while the Bone Storm is active, we get crit chance while the Bone Storm is active, we get attack speed now, also while the Bone Storm is active. So we also get some attack speed so we can attack faster. My general plan is to use the Bone Spirit to reset the Bone Storm through the Rapid Ossification, which should work pretty well. Rapid Ossification basically pays you for in cooldown reduction for spending essence, so the more essence you spend, the more cooldown reduction you get. It should work out pretty easily. Even just with 1+3 Rapid Ossification, which you can get relatively easily, and maybe some of the Macabre stuff, you should be able to work this no problem. You want a Hurricane build for the Druid? Okay. Let's see what we can do for the Hurricane build Druid. Let me save this real quick before I forget. Alright. Let's craft you up a Hurricane build. Whoop, 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 whoop. Alright, so the heart of this build is to do Hurricane damage, not necessarily to do wolf damage. I mean, do you want the wolves to do damage, or do you want to do Hurricane damage? Like, what's the goal here? Because I'm not entirely sure. I mean, we could potentially try to get both. But I think it's easier to get one or the other. Obviously, if you want the Hurricanes to work properly, we're definitely going to have like maximum Hurricane-ness, which could be interesting. So, I don't know, I'm on the Barbarian. Not the wrong character. Not a Druid. We need a Druid. So let's just go ahead and put Hurricane on right click. So whatever it is, Hurricane's got to be spammed, right? Okay, so Hurricane damage. Alright, so with Hurricane, we obviously have those interesting aspects. So you're talking about the aspect for Hurricane, which puts the mini Hurricanes on your wolf, right? That is the aspect of Wolf's Rain. Casting Hurricane also spawns smaller Hurricanes on your wolves for 8 seconds. These Hurricanes deal 15% of Hurricane's damage for each active wolf. So you get, it says for each active wolf. Does that mean that the Hurricanes do more damage for more wolves? Okay. So, I mean, taking that into account, let's pretend, for instance, that you can potentially get full Hurricane damage if you have a certain number of wolves, right? So 100 divided by 15 is a total of 6.66, so you need basically 7 wolves to get full damage, I would assume. Does the aspect of Wolf's Rain double if you put it on an amulet? Alright, so let's put this one on the gloves. Let's take the other hurricane one. This is the one that's probably going to be the most important, is the aspect of the Tempest, and we'll throw that onto the amulet slot. The reason why that one's going to go in the amulet slot is because it's 25% increased damage each second while the hurricane is active, and you're going to want to keep that active all the time. So obviously this is something that you're going to be focused on. So it's actually going to bring you up to, I think, what is that, 25 times 1.5 brings you up to, like, what is that, 12.5 extra. So that's 37.5% increase in damage for each second while the hurricane is active. In fact, if you're doing a full hurricane build, it might actually be best to put this on a two-handed weapon. Believe it or not. I think you might be better putting it on a two-handed weapon. Because then you would get 50% increase per second instead of 25% increase per second, which would be massive. So if we took the... I mean, we're building this around Hurricane, so I think this is the way to go. So we take the aspect of the Tempest and we put that on a two-handed weapon. I don't know about Wolf's Rain. I mean, by default, you have 3 wolves. So, or is it 2 wolves? It's 2 wolves, isn't it? Yeah, it's only 2, which means that you're only going to get 30% of the hurricane's damage. So the problem here is that the mini hurricanes that are around your wolves are only going to give you 30% of your total hurricane damage. And if you want them to give a huge amount, you've got to have more wolves, which unfortunately means building into the wolves. There's 2 ways that you can potentially grab more wolves. You can grab the temporary wolves. The temporary wolves is only one aspect, which might actually be the best way to go. That's the Moonrage aspect, which gives you 3 additional wolves. So that's 3, 4, 5. 5 times 15 is what? 15, 15 is 30. 15, 15 is 30, so that's 60. So 75? Is that right? Or is my math like horribly wrong? My quick math. So if you have 5 times 15, yeah, that's 75%. So you would be at 75% damage of your hurricanes on the wolves. The other thing about this aspect is that it says casting hurricane also spawns a smaller hurricane on your wolves, which means that it's not just about keeping hurricane active all the time. So instead of like a normal build where you might think like, okay, I need to keep hurricane active 100% of the time, that's not what we want here. So what we want is we actually want you to be able to cast hurricane constantly. You don't actually want hurricane to last longer. You want it to be always up because you're casting it always up. So the ideal here would be to get hurricane's cooldown to about 8 seconds. That would actually be the ideal. So that every 8 seconds you're casting another hurricane constantly. So according to this, it says form a hurricane around you that deals 346% damage to surrounding enemies over 8 seconds. Right? It has a 20-second cooldown. So how much cooldown percentage would we need to reach 8 seconds? 20 minus... Let's say like... what's the cap? Is it like 35% or something like that? I can't remember what the cap is. 35% brings us down to 13. That's not good enough. Let's do 50%. Hey, Koopa's the Monster Dog shirt. Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate it. That only brings us down to 10. No, the hurricane on the wolves doesn't last as long as your hurricane. I tested it. Pretty sure I had a longer duration on the hurricane, and the wolves hurricane was dying out quicker than my hurricane was. So, like, what I'm thinking here is you're probably going to need more than just enhanced duration. Because I think things like enhanced duration are not going to fix the problem. Now, granted, something like the Cataclysm Ring for Majolnik that gives you ranks to Endless Tempest would probably still be beneficial, because having your Hurricane last longer is still good. I'm not exactly sure how the damage actually works on the ones that form on the wolves, but my basic understanding is that you still want your Hurricane to never stop. But we also want to get the cooldown of your Hurricane low enough so that the Hurricane is always active on the wolves as well. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword here. Increasing the duration is not a bad thing, but also reducing the cooldown is paramount. So I think Majolnik Ring is still very, very important here, and you're probably just going to end up going with Cataclysm, because Cataclysm makes sense, because you run those two together, and then you basically have like infinite Cataclysm and Hurricane at the same time. I'm trying to think like how you would potentially set this up for your benefit. It's Hurricane, so you want to be close range, so you want like a melee ability. Storm Strike makes sense. So probably go with Storm Strike as your first ability. That'll give you a vulnerable uptime too, which isn't terrible. Maybe throw some crit in here for you so we can reach the next tree. Might as well grab some Earthen Bulwark. I want to see why not. Probably grab Fortify for the wolves. Definitely grab Clarity. So Clarity makes it so that after you cast your companion skill, your next core skill or Wrath skill has increased critical strike and damage of up to 15%, up to 45%. So this would allow you, obviously, to get more damage on your Hurricane, which is what you want. So you're most likely going to stack 5 points into Hurricane. Probably go with making them vulnerable, because that's just better. And then you're going to grab Endless Tempest, which is going to make it much more likely that... actually, I forgot about this. You know what you could do? You just take this, grab this over here, which is the enemies affected by Hurricane have 20% less damage, and then you just grab 3 points into Elemental Exposure, which makes it so that all of your Storm skills have a chance to make enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. You're still going to get plenty of vulnerable that way, too, because the Hurricane's constantly bashing them. And then, of course, you're going to go Cataclysm. And storm skills that you cast grant 2 spirit and deal 60% times increased damage when damaging a vulnerable, immobilized, or slowed enemy. So yeah, that's a 60 times multi for your Hurricane, which is probably the best you're going to get there. I mean, because it has to hit a monster that's vulnerable, you could always take this off and just do like double vulnerable. It doesn't really matter. That way you're making sure the monsters are always vulnerable while they're under the effect of the Hurricane. You can grab some of these multipliers. I'm pretty sure this is nature magic. It is nature magic. So you get healing. You can grab some multipliers. Grab all these doojinks. Certainly doesn't hurt. Nature's Fury Symbiotic for cooldown management. I mean, you could. The problem with Hurricane is it really doesn't do very much damage. And I don't really think that you're going to be able to get the damage output while also maintaining the cooldown through Nature's Fury. I mean, there's a possibility that you could maybe just like roll this into a boulder build if that's what you want. And you could potentially use Boulder to spawn Hurricane and then get Earth effects tacked onto the Hurricane, which is one way that you could potentially get additional damage. So when Nature's Fury casts an ability for free, it counts as both an Earth and a Storm skill, which basically allows you to scale it using things like Stone Guard or Crushing Earth. So you can get the Earth modifiers on your Hurricane, which is a way that you could do it. But then you're going to be like tied into casting Boulder instead of casting Hurricane. If you go the other way and you use Nature's Symbiotic to reset Hurricane, it's not really going to be the same thing. You're going to lose damage output, but it will be up more often. I don't think it's impossible to maintain 100% uptime on a Hurricane without Nature's Fury. And the 60 times multiplier is massive, so I think you should probably stick with that. Trying to think what else you want here. I mean, Bad Omen isn't terrible. Now, you could lean into some of the summons if you want to build into some of the summon damage. That's an option. You could also potentially utilize the pants that turn the summons into summon wolves, which is another option. It's up to you. There's definitely options there for you if you want to have access to them. I'm trying to think here. I think one of the ways that you do scale this, though, is you probably go into werewolf. Because you can essentially make all storm skills werewolf skills through Tempest. Actually, I'm not entirely sure, because then you lose access to the plus to skills that you could potentially get from Harlequin Crest. But if you do go this way, you can scale the Hurricane with the werewolf abilities. So you could potentially then scale this using the Paragon board, like the werewolf Paragon board. Trying to think here. It would be nice if you had some way to poison the monsters. So adding in Poison Creeper I don't think would be a terrible option. And then you could potentially include Envenom into the mix, which would give you the 30% critical strike damage bonus, which I think is good for you. Let's grab the Backlash, and we can grab Vigilance as well, and I think that pretty much clears out your board. Tempest Roar, which means we go into the werewolf land. So now your main ability becomes a werewolf ability. Yes, so you can get a large number of skill ranks by going that particular direction. Mad Wolf's is, I hate to say it, but Mad Wolf's is terrible since they changed it, but it does have skill ranks on it, so there's that. I mean, it has up to 7 skill ranks, so you could definitely get, what, 5, so 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, so you got plus 12 there. Hurricane is also a Wrath skill. I can't remember which item has the Wrath skill bonus on it. Focus. Pants are what? Defensive? I can't remember what the pants are. Oh, basic skills. That's right. Pants are basic skills. Gloves are core. And it is not considered a core skill. Yeah, the problem is Mad Wolves is absolutely horrible for defensive purposes, and that's one of your best defensive slots. It's really all there is to it. It has basically no defense on it whatsoever. You're gonna find yourself in a position where a lot of the times you're gonna be dying, and that's gonna be your cause right there. Is the fact that you're wearing Mad Wolf's Glee. I mean, it's meant to be that way. It is indeed meant to be that way. I mean, that's another option, is you could potentially go with Bestial Rampage instead. So if you're going into the shape-shifting side of things, shape-shifting into a new animal form increases the value of your Bestial Rampage bonuses. So you can get a huge amount of bonus here, like on Bestial Rampage. I think Bestial Rampage could potentially give you more damage than this 60% multiplier. I'm not entirely sure. Storm skills grant you 60% multiply increased damage when you attack a vulnerable enemy. Bestial Rampage is when shapeshifting, Werebear grants 40% times increased damage, and Werewolf grants 30% increased attack speed. With the boots, so if you use the boots, I don't know how much that actually increases it by. Is it 50% bonus of the 40%? Because if it's 50% bonus of the 40%, then that's what, 20%? So even at maximum, you're getting what, 40 plus 50%. So you're getting the same damage, but you're getting more attack speed. But attack speed doesn't matter for Hurricane, so it's only going to help you with like your main attack. Yeah, I mean, boots have wrath skills, so then that's pretty much where you're going then. You definitely would want plus wrath skills on this, because you're going to want to get this as high as you possibly can. I thought boots were focus, but damage over time, attack speed, lucky hits, spirit on kill, vulnerable. Why am I like blanking here? Let's go take a look on a druid real quick, and then we'll find out. Yeah, focus for Spiritborn, but focus is in a completely different place. Wrath, Mastery, whatever you call it, it's in the same place. Focus, whatever you call it, it's in the same place. Most of the items in the game are like that. They're in one specific place. They don't generally switch them around. Like, basic skills are always here. Your core skills are always on the gloves. Your etc. Like, they change the name a little bit, but it's still pretty much the same. Interesting. So they really did put wrath skills on here. That's crazy. Okay. Well, then you can get +3 with a... well, you can't really get a greater... Well, you can get a greater affix. So you can potentially get +5 Hurricane from a pair of boots. Yeah, you can easily get +5. In that case, these are definitely going to be legendary, so we find a good aspect to throw in here. I mean, Hectic Aspect would actually work really well. It's probably a really good option. While Hurricane is active, gain +5 ranks to your shapeshifting skills. Does that backfeed? I just thought about that. Does that backfeed? I mean, technically, if you make Hurricane a werewolf skill, it becomes a shapeshifting skill, right? Does that backfeed? I gotta know whether that backfeeds. Does it backfeed into the backfeed? Does it backfeed into the backfeed? Does it backfeed into the backfeed? Tell me if it backfeeds into the backfeed. We're about to find out. So I got rank 1 Hurricane. Oh yeah, I need a Tempest Roar. Tempest Roar. Yeah, rune words are locked behind DLC as well, Giraffe. Sorry, I didn't see your message. No, you telling me I don't have a Tempest Roar either? What the hell is wrong with my character? Ain't no way. No Tempest Roar. What the hell is wrong with me? You know what? Didn't I take a bunch of items and shove them onto one of my characters? I think that's what it is. I think I took a bunch of items out of the stash and just shoved them onto one of my characters. I mean, attacking with your basic skill is going to be something that you do regularly, so I think Hectic works out really nicely here. While Hurricane is active, gain +5 ranks to your shapeshifting skills. I don't know if that works to enhance what we're talking about, but maybe it does. You could also go with Might for the damage reduction, which you're going to need if you're running Mad Wolf's Glee. Vehement Brawler's aspect, probably very important for you, because that's going to be a 30 times multiplier every time you cast your Cataclysm, which you should be able to keep your Cataclysm up all the time, just like you're going to keep your Hurricane up all the time. I don't know if you want to run Apoetic Fervor. That one's specifically for the ultimate, so... Well, Hurricane doesn't become a shapeshifting skill. It becomes a werewolf skill. So I don't think technically it would. I think because it's a werewolf skill... Actually, I don't even know. Maybe it also applies a shapeshifting ability. I mean, it should, technically. If it does, then use it. That's what I say. If it does, then use it. Well, Season 7 saved Diablo. Season 6 was pretty good. I imagine Season 7 is going to be pretty good too. Did you play Season 6? Lil PP 5735828? That's his name, guys. Okay? Don't make fun. That's his name. That's his name. Okay? That's just his name. Don't make fun. Yeah, Spirit Bond aspect is kind of interesting. You could potentially put that in place of the might aspect. I mean, that's an option. Yeah, because it's the end of the season, little PP. Everybody, this is like every single time people fall into this trap. It's a trap, little PP. Every single time, it's a trap. You fell into a trap. You fell. There was a trap, like in the floor was like a big pit, and it had like spikes in it, and they were sticking up, and there was a big sign that said, "Don't fall into this trap," and you fell right into the trap. player count and the viewership of any game always declines toward the end of a season, and it hits its all-time low right before the season starts and then goes right back up when the season starts. Tomorrow, when the season starts, come back and say the same thing. Go look at the viewer numbers and watch. Then you can say, then you can do it. Then you can be like, hey, look, the viewer numbers are really low. Because the start of a season is where the viewership is its highest. The end of the season is where the viewership is at the lowest. So, of course, when you look at the viewership at the end of a season, it's always going to be at its lowest. You're just pointing out the obvious, like Captain Obvious. Like, ha, you fell into a pit. Like, yeah, dummy, I knew I fell into a pit. Tomorrow. Look at the viewer numbers tomorrow. Then come and make fun if you want to make fun. Looking like Barbarian or Necromancer. Those are the two that are really going to be slapping this season. I think those are the two picks. Bloodwave Necromancer or the Earthquake Barbarian. Those are the two that are really going to hit. Well, I'm just going to do this since we don't know. But if you take the Storm Shifter, put it on your amulet, you can get more ranks out of it. I think it goes up like 7. I mean, whether it has the tag or not, Heathen, isn't really the question. The question is does it actually increase the ranks? That's what you got to check. Does it actually increase the ranks? I've got tons of builds, by the way. If you want to check them out, there's like 1,000 builds. Like they're in my YouTube channel. I got them all posted in the inside the description of the video. So if you want to check them out, I got like, what do I got running right now? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 builds going on right now, and I'm working on number 12 at the moment. Earthquake Barb is going to be exciting this season. I think you're going to enjoy it. It's a good choice. I'm half tempted to go Earthquake Barb myself, but I'm going to try out Necromancer this season. I'm going to stick with the Necromancer. I'm going to try my best with the Necromancer. We're going to go Bloodwave Necromancer, and I'm going to do my best. But, you know, if that fails, hello, Mr. Barbarian. Because I know that one's going to work. I know the Earthquake build's going to be insane. I already did a full Earthquake build. I did it on the PTR, and it was amazing on the PTR, and I know it's going to be insane. I'm trying to think what you do for this build. I'm thinking maybe you go Piranado for this. I think Piranado is going to be kind of fun with this build. Just gives you another Hurricane, like basically. Just give you a second Hurricane. You pick Necromancer the first season? First season? You mean season 1? Game's changed a lot since season 1. Oh my god. It's like a whole new world. It's a whole new game. It's a whole new game. Boy, you got a lot to learn, my friend. Game has completely changed since season 1. It's not even the same game anymore. You should be excited. You should literally be excited because there's so much more to learn. You got a lot of learning ahead of you. All right, I think we're still gonna do Friend of the Bog with this build because I like Friend of the Bog. Friend of the Bog is nice. I like the Bog. The Bog it's a good Bog. Who doesn't like a Bog? Everybody likes the Bog. Bog. I think we go auras on this build too, though. I think what we do is let's go for each of the auras and hexes an enemy is afflicted by. They take 2.5% increased damage from you. I think we go that way too. So we want like tons of auras and we want tons of hexes. So we're gonna grab the aura of decay, the siphoning one, because that's growth and decay. We're also gonna grab the growth and decay power. It's literally just to get you your damage bonus, so it doesn't matter. We want the hexes and we want the stat bonus too, so we want all three. We're also going to grab the bonus stats, which is the Soul Harvest, which is also Growth and Decay, so that handles that. And then we get 2.5 damage, 2.5% damage for every aura and every hex that we currently have active, right? So we got aura and we got hex, so that's 5% right there. We need this one. We don't want to get rid of that one. That's going to be a massive amount of damage. So now we need more auras and hexes. There's a couple really good auras and hexes. The Aura of Misfortune is great. I think that one's really nice. And then trying to think what hex we want. Let's do the Hex of Shattering. Yeah, that worked pretty good. Nice. Well, then putting it in the amulet slot is a good idea. So if you throw it in the amulet slot, you get 7, right? So that's solid play. Now what do we do? Pretty sure we go with extended duration of calamity and nature skills. We'll pretty much run both of those. Is Hurricane physical damage? It's physical damage, right? Yeah, it's physical damage. I don't even need to take a look. So if that's the case, then we can grab Prickle Skin. Prickle Skin actually might be a good one there, because 5% increased damage to enemies for 5 seconds after they attack you. Probably going to want something like critical strike damage. Double up with attack speed. Alright, Earthen Bulwark needs to go on here. What else did we pick? I can't even remember. Oh yeah, we grabbed Poison Creeper for poisoning things. Just so that you have something to poison stuff with. At that point, I don't know. Did we not grab anything else? We might not have. It's another problem I run into on a regular basis. Oh, we don't have the wolves up there, do we? No, we don't have the wolves up there. The wolves have to be up there. Okay, so there we go. All right, and we can swap the wolf positions so the wolf can go into one and the poison creeper can go into. That way, because you're spamming, you're gonna be spamming your wolves all the time. Maybe. What's the cooldown on the wolves? 11 seconds, and the cooldown on the hurricane is 5 or 20, and then of course we're gonna want to get that down to 8. But it's still, that's gonna bring this one down to like nothing. So maybe instead of putting the hurricane here, maybe we put the wolves here, and then we put the hurricane over there on number 1. Because you're going to want to be spamming that. But we're also going to want to be spamming the wolves too, because you're going to want to position them. Obviously, if they have hurricanes around them, and you're trying to spam them, and you want the hurricanes to actually dish damage out to the targets, you need to be constantly making the wolves go to the targets that you want the hurricane to hit. So that way you have, you know, like a bunch of hurricanes on that particular target. At this point, we need one more gem. We're going to use the Elder Sigil, so this is 25% increased direct damage to hexed enemies from Raft. Well, actually, I don't know if that counts for Hurricane. Is it technically direct damage? Maybe? I don't know. We'll throw it in there anyway. That's a 25% multiplier. It's kind of hard to pass that up. Alright, well, since you're going with minions, you have the added benefit of being able to utilize the wonderful and lovely Nagu rune, which means that you're going to be able to activate some kind of rune some kind of way. I might suggest the Vex rune so that you can get more plus the skills for your Hurricane and all the other abilities. It's not a terrible idea. And then you're going to want something else. Sometimes. Some things that are direct damage are considered dots. It's weird. I think it's weird. Cast a skill with a cooldown. That's probably going to be a good one for you because you got a lot of cooldowns. And then what do we want your skill with a cooldown to do? That's the question. Do you really need pull-ins? Probably not. Maybe? Actually, I don't know. Maybe you do need pull-ins. Yeah, I think you do need a pull-in. So maybe Cry. Throw a Cry Rune in there. There you go. And then you need willpower gems. Doot and doot and doot and doot. And so now you are mostly finished. Let's go ahead and work on the rest of your tree. Save my build, save it hot. I'm gonna save everything, whether we're not. Saving all the bills, save it, yeah. I'm gonna save everything, well, yeah. Now we gotta do the Paragon board, my friend, cause we're gonna take it all the way to the end, yeah. Alright, so we're not really spending, so unfortunately Ancestral Guidance doesn't really apply. Maybe we do want something to spend with. I don't know if there's any way we can dump. Is there any way to dump resource on the Druid? I don't think there is. We'll think about that one. You're definitely going to be taking Thunderstruck, which is your storm skills deal damage for close. That's like one of your first most important dojinks. And we got vulnerable damage there. I don't think it matters anyway. If you're running Cataclysm, I don't think you can utilize it. Even if you wanted to, I don't think you could utilize it. Alright, so now that we've got your Thunderstruck, you're also going to be utilizing the Werewolf board, which is critical strikes with werewolf skills restore 2 spirit and deal 50 times % increased damage, because you now have your storm skill, your hurricane, is a werewolf skill, so that gives us what we're looking for. That allows us to get a large amount of additional multiplier on your hurricane, which we definitely do want. I also want those resistances too. Glorious resistances. I like resistances. Those players. Baby, please. Please. Gimme. Alright, so now we've got your Storm and your Werewolf board. You're probably also going to want Heightened Malice. Heightened Malice is 35% times multiplier for anything being poisoned around you. You got Poison Creeper, you're going to be spamming Poison Creeper, so there's no reason why everything shouldn't be poisoned around you all the time. You're just going to make sure you fire off that Poison Creeper, and you're going to get a free 35% times multiplier, and if you don't do it, you're stupid. So we're going to make sure that's in there as well. That's right, I said a stupid. Ugh. Why do I want, no, that's poopy. I don't want that. That's poopy doops. go this way instead. How many boards we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. So that last one is the last board that we're going to have access to. All right. No, it will not. It will not poison on crit anymore. They stole that from you.
They stole it from you, heathen. They ripped it from your very soul.
It no longer poisons on any skills except for 2, and those 2 abilities are ones that people don't like. Hurricane is not one of them. They stole it. Stole it, stole it, stole it, stole it, stole it. Yeah, it's a pretty big nerf. They nerfed the crap out of it. It was in the patch notes. I should still have the patch notes open. Do I not have the patch notes open? Yes, I do. No, 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 no. I think the only one that we can do is Inner Beast. I think that's the last one we've got. We don't have any other choice. What about Changeling's Debt and Vehement Brawler? Why do we need those? Why do we need Changeling's Debt? Vehement Brawler is for ultimate skill damage. I'm pretty sure I put that one in there. You get damage bonus whenever you use an ultimate. I'm pretty sure I threw that one in. Alright, look at us doing some doojanks. We got some doojanks. Now we got 114 points left. Let's get your things in order here. So, do we have a Raft? No, we do not. Physical. That's what we're looking for. So outmatch. That's a rare node increaser. Okay, so where do we put outmatch to get the most out of it? For Thunderstruck, we need close damage. So we could potentially put it right here with the storm damage and the close. That's probably a really good option. So let's take outmatch and throw that right here. We're just going to fulfill the dexterity requirements and we're done. We probably also want your... which one is it? Is it Fang and Claw? I think it's Fang and Claw. While in werewolf form or werebear form, close damage, take 12% increased damage from you. Yeah, that's going to be really useful for you. That's also a magic node increaser. Okay. So we can put that with something good magic node wise. We got critical strike damage and werewolf damage. That's a decent option. Damage to poisoned enemies and just flat damage. Shape-shifting damage and willpower. I think we just put it here. We got damage to elites and damage. That's probably the best one. So Fang and Claw I think works really well for us. We don't need anything more than the base, so that's good. We're done. Next. Nature magic skills deal 10% times increased damage to vulnerable enemies. This one is also good because Hurricane is a nature magic skill, so that one works just fine. We can leave that one there. We don't want electrocution. Electrocution is for lightning. We don't want lightning. Headhunter, actually, it's probably a really good choice. That's just willpower nodes, so just take every willpower node within range. Judging from how your board is currently looking, stacking willpower nodes is not a bad thing. There you go. Now we've stacked all the willpower nodes. What's here? We got exploit. Vulnerable damage is part of our build. We want things to be vulnerable all the time. I don't think we have any scaling multipliers based off vulnerable damage, though. We're also not going to have any trouble making enemies vulnerable, so let's take a look and see what else we have options. Damage reduction while in werewolf form, also werewolf damage. That one could be very good, because you're going to need it, especially since you're running Mad Wolf's Glee. That is definitely something that you might be interested in. We don't care about the poison damage. As long as you have 100 spirit. I mean, you're running low on aspects, so I'm not entirely sure. We'll take another pass over your aspects and we'll see, but I think Spirit Glyph is probably going to be a really good one for you. Let's pull Spirit. Okay. Does that get everything in order? Fang and Claw, Outmatch, Earth and Sky, Headhunter, and Spirit. And we still got 87 points. Okay, so 87 points. That means we need to soak up some of these various bonuses that we can potentially get. Any bonuses that we can get. So first off, one right off the bat, which is easy to grab, is the extra armor and life right here. That one is amazing. Always like to snag that one. We can also grab you the lightning resistance and the lightning max, which is going to be very powerful for you. Armor is very good. That is a very good one. We want armor and maximum life. Those are going to be powerful for you. Resistance to all elements is also down here. Oh, I never grabbed the I never grabbed the inner beast. Let's grab these resistances. We got more life and more resistances right there. Or more life and armor. And now we're down to 36. Are you active? Active. 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 Okay. Just making sure I didn't mess up and fail to activate something. Attack speed. We want the attack speed. Let's go over here and grab this. Get you all the attack speed bonuses. You don't really need this maximum spirit, but the attack speed is useful. Still leaves you with 25 points. No, it's the starter board plus 4 boards, which is 5 boards total. It's 5 boards total, not 6 boards total. You're thinking wrong. That's what we originally thought a long time ago when they first announced it. We were like, is it 5 boards or is it 6 boards? It's 5 boards. It's 4 boards plus the starter board. Um, 16 points left. Damage reduction from my vulnerable. That is actually really nice. Let's take that. That leaves us with 5 whole points left. What do we spend our 5 whole points left? Impairment reduction, I guess. We'll get some life, some dodge chance. There you go. And now we are finished with that. We'll go take another look over the gear. So we're using Aspect of Wolf's Rain to get you more damage on your Hurricane. So that's kind of one of the most important things, right? So we're using the casting hurricane, also spawns a smaller hurricane on the wolves. And to take advantage of that, we have to utilize things to give us more wolves, which is unfortunate. So we're stuck with the... Actually, did I not even put the moon aspect in here? That's unfortunate. I guess technically you don't need it, but if you want a decent number of wolves actually doing what they're supposed to do, you're going to need it. So I totally forgot to put that in there. That's great. Which means we're going to have to pull something. What are we pulling? Vehement Brawlers aspects? I somehow doubt the usefulness of this ability. I don't know if that's actually going to be as useful as it seems. So the Cataclysm lasts for 10 seconds, and you can't cast it again until after it's over. You're also going to be increasing the duration of it by a rather large degree, so it's going to be more like 15 seconds. So you're only going to get that 30% damage increase for like 8 seconds out of every like 16 or 17 seconds. It's not going to be as useful as it seems. I think you would be better off with the moon aspect to give yourself the 3 extra wolves, which is going to get you the damage that you're looking for on your hurricane. Because if you don't have the 3 extra wolves, you're just going to be running the 2 base, and the 2 base aren't really going to give you the damage output you're looking for. I mean, it's all multiplicative, right? So if the wolves, if we look at it like this, let's say, for instance, 1 wolf does 2,000 damage, right? If you have 5 wolves, then that's 2,000 times 5. But it's even worse than that, because according to this aspect, the damage increases for the number of active wolves that you have, which means that you get 15% increased hurricane damage for each active wolf, which to me means that if you have 5 wolves, then the 5 wolves are going to be doing 75% damage of your current hurricane. So let's say, for instance, your hurricane does 10,000 damage and you subtract 25% from that. Now you're doing 7,500 per wolf, which is times 5, which is going to be 37,500 damage per tick, essentially, right? So the general gist of it is more wolves is better for this particular build, and you want as many wolves as you could potentially get. Unfortunately for you, sacrificing specific aspects of your hurricane build to get more wolves is not good. The best option that you have is the +3 wolves that you're going to get from the Moonrage aspect. That's honestly your best bet, because this one gets you 3 wolves for 1 aspect. Everything else is going to be pathetic. Shepherds is only going to give you 1. The key passive is only going to give you 1. So even if you grab Shepherds and the key passive, you only get 2 wolves, but Moonrage is going to give you 3. Plus the initial 2, of course. So that means 5 total. I think that's your best bet. You got Spiritborn, so they don't die, which they're not really particularly very strong, so that's a good thing. You're running Hectic Aspect, and you're spamming your Storm Strike, so that should make it so that all your abilities are constantly off cooldown, so that should be fine. Cataclysm also is going to be active all the time and give you tons of spirit, so that's good. You're going to need cooldown reduction on some of your equipment, though. And I'm not exactly sure where you're going to get the cooldown reduction that you need, other than Hectic Aspect. Tempest Roar takes up obviously one of the biggest cooldown reductions that you can get, which is Harlequin Crest. You can get cooldown reduction on a focus, but you can't get cooldown reduction on a 2-handed weapon, as far as I'm aware. So you might end up in a situation where you have to like pull the 2-handed weapon, like the aspect of the Tempest, maybe to your amulet slot, and then you might have to run, say, like 2 aspects here instead. I mean, that could be a potential option as well. Unfortunately, that does mean you drop some damage. I'm not entirely sure how well that would work out, though. I mean, the whole crust, the crispy crust of this build is that if you don't get enough damage from your Hurricane, it's useless, right? I'm going to link this one for you guys. So Hurricane Wolves. You playing a Sorc, made a build just now, got 39 level of ball lightning. Can I link it? Level 39 ball lightning? That's pretty insane. Kinda neat. What are you running, like, Wrath, or no, was it Mastery? You got core skills. Got, I think, because it does count as a core skill now, right? So you can get, like, core skill on the gloves, you can get, like, plus on, you can run, like, what is it, the stupid little angelic and demon killer, Lilith, the Lilith's hatred or whatever. I can't remember the name of it. You get a lot of plus to skills. Did I put this one in here yet? Before I forget. Harlequin Crest. So Harlequin Crest is an interesting option, but hear me out. If you change that to a different item, you can actually get more ranks. So you're getting 4 ranks from Harlequin Crest, but you could be getting more ranks from the Lilith helmet. I can't remember the exact name of it. Lilith. Why? Perdition. That's what it is. Perdition. If you use Perdition, and let me, I think I actually have one I can show you. Hold on. So if you use Perdition, you can get up to, like, I think it's like 7 ranks. Oh, that is not Perdition. Where's my Perdition? I need my Perdition. Where's my Perdition? Your mama's a Perdition. Your daddy's a Perdition. Your greasy granny's a Perdition. I don't know who has my Perdition helmet. Maybe he has it. The Heir of Perdition. It's an interesting helmet for sure. One of the things I noticed about it was the Heir of Perdition has the ability to go higher in ranks than, at least for core anyway, than any other item. And I have no clue where my Heir of Perdition helmet is. I am a big silly head. That's what I get when I have like 17 characters. These guys are all getting deleted. I'm deleting everybody. I don't care. They're all getting the axe. Everybody's getting the deletion. I will delete you all. No, that was just the cosmetic. It was just the cosmetic. I like the cosmetic. The Heir of Perdition has a very pretty cosmetic. I use it on quite a few characters. There you are. So, Heir of Perdition has, 3 ranks to core skills already on it if you get greater affix, and you can masterwork it, like, insanely. So you can get it up way higher than the Harlequin Crest. So you can potentially go to, like, what is it, was it 3, and then you can grab 3 masterworks. I'm pretty sure it goes up to, like, 5 or 6. So you can get more core skills there if you're trying to go for, like, the highest core skills that you can potentially get. Just something I thought I'd mention. Poison Shred Lacerate build. I don't like Shred either. Like I don't think Shred is a good ability. I don't think it's a good ability at all. Like they added a new aspect for it, and that might be the only reason why you might want to try it. Is the new Shred aspect that they added, which is kind of like a gambling aspect. So that's what I'd call it. It's a gambling aspect. So it's Shred deals 70% more damage, and Shred has a 33% chance to land an additional strike up to 4 times. And it's weird. So basically how it works is it's a 33% chance through 4 times in a row. And like the chances of you actually getting 4 strikes is pretty slim because it's essentially 4 33% chances. Let's see here. So the probability of you getting 4 33% chances in a success, of course this is a normal probability, is only a 1.19% chance to actually get all 4 hits, which is meh. I don't know. I tried an entire build around the Shattered Vow and tried to build a poison character. And it's not necessarily that building a poison character is bad, it's that Shred is bad. I don't know how to explain it. Shred is just bad. It's not a very good ability. It's always been kind of like glitchy, and it used to double dip on itself, and they fixed a lot of the double dipping issues, and that's why Shred kind of got nerfed into oblivion. And once they fixed the double dipping issues, Shred just kind of got smacked into the dirt. They nerfed it too hard, trying to figure out what was wrong with it, when really what was wrong with it was double dipping. And when they finally fixed the double dipping issue, the ability was it's just bad. There's like a video out there of me playing like a Shred build, and I'm telling you, man, it's just not like, even with mega good gear, you're talking about like a nearly perfect Shattered Vow, Harlequin Crest, like whatever you're setting up, like you got all the good gear, good greater affixes, running, top tier runes and gems, and it still felt just like I was in mud. It felt okay sometimes when I was in like big packs and I was getting like all my damage off at the same time, but like on like big giant packs of monsters. But when I was fighting like single targets, it was like I was swimming in oatmeal. I don't know. I mean, you might have fun with it. Maybe you build it. Maybe you love it. It's not for me. Shred's not for me. I'm not even going to theorycraft the builds because I don't want to do that to people. I don't think it's worth it. I do not think it's worth it. What other builds do I want to theorycraft? I've done so many today. Oh, I got like 12 builds running right now. I didn't do a Okun's Catalyst Ball Lightning, but I feel like you could just take the Ball Lightning that I created already and just shove an Okun's Catalyst on. It's kind of silly because they're both focuses, and you can literally just swap back and forth between the two builds. So you can at any point pretty much just like swap in one of the Ball Lightning aspects for one of the other Ball Lightning aspects, and then just swap the build. So like if you take my, so stupid, but let me take my Sorceress, right? Let's just pull up the build, right? And then we literally just do this. So we just paste this in here. No, I pressed the wrong button. We paste this in here, right? And then I'm just gonna copy it. And then we're gonna write in GGM's Spinny Ball Lightning. 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 Spinny ball lightning. Right? Alright, so we copied it. Alright, now it's copied. Alright, now here we go, guys. We're going to make it into a spinny ball lightning build. Are you guys ready? Are you ready for this? Are you ready for the amazing transformation? Boom. We're done. That's it. Boom. Boom. We're done. Because I honestly don't really think there's really that much that needs to be changed on this kind of a build. We're pretty much in the same place we were before. Like it's the same exact build. We're still using the gravitational aspect. We're still spamming it with Ring of the Starless Skies. Like it's still pretty much the same exact build. I have no idea what your capital letters are saying, last Shadow Rider. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't believe shred transfers to the minions. I don't know what you're getting at. There is an aspect that transfers damage to your minions from shred. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's type in companion and let's see what pops up. Come on, I know there's... why is it always on the barbarian? Get off the barbarian, I collect the druid. I don't see anything. Let's check the ambulance shop. Stormclaw. No aspect of the unsated. After clearly striking with an enemy with shred, you gain 15 spirit, while at 100 spirit, werewolf skills deal 40% increased damage until you go below 30 spirit. I mean, it's a 40 times multiplier. I mean, there's that. You still gotta use shred. That's reason enough not to do it. Don't want to use shred. I mean, if you want to use it, I guess. I mean, technically, I suppose you could do that if you're using aspect of the alpha. Only if you're using aspect of the alpha. You could potentially utilize that in a couple builds. I don't really see it being worth it very much, though, because you have to put shred on your bar and you have to use shred. So if you're not using shred, then I mean, I don't... what are you going to do? Put it on your bar just to get the multiplier and like spam it every now and then until you get a crit? You do have to use shred. It says you have to use shred. It says after critically striking an enemy with shred, you gain 15 spirit, and while at 100 spirit, werewolf skills deal 40% times increased damage until you go below 30 spirit. You just get it for having 100 spirit? Well, that's stupid. I mean, that's nice, but it's stupid. So it doesn't require shred at all. I kind of doubt that. I kind of doubt that. But if it works, it works. I mean, 40 times multiplier for being at 100 spirit, then yeah, you can definitely work that into a build. Yeah, I don't know if they're separate effects. I can't get into the game and test it, so. I like to test. I do not believe. Doubt. I am a doubter. I'm a doubting Thomas. Or a doubting Jefferson. Or a doubting Ginger. I doubt. Shred is going to need to feed itself because I don't want to feed it. I'm going to talk smack about Shred all day long. I don't like it. I think it's terrible. Don't use Shred. Don't touch that ability. It freaking sucks. That Shred ability, it motherfucking sucks. Don't touch that ability. It's really trash. It's not a good ability, and you gonna be trash. Cause if you choose that ability, you're dead. You gonna be one of addicts in your head. It's gonna hurt real bad. Migraines in your brain. It's not a good ability. Don't train. I refuse to even theorycraft shred anymore. I don't even want theorycraft it. I'm not even going to make a character around shred. I'm not even going to put it on a character anymore. I don't think it's worth it. It's a terrible ability. It does like no damage whatsoever. It hits multiple times. The only attack that actually does any good damage is like the last one. And you got to attack like 4 times to get to the last attack. It's stupid. That'd be like if I told you, okay, I'm going to give you, you know, like a punch in the throat. But on the 4th one, I'm going to give you a $10 bill. And you're like, okay. And you get punched in the throat 3 times, and then the $10 bill comes. And then, like, it cycles back around, and now you get punched in the throat 3 more times. And you're just like, you know what? I don't think this $10 bill is worth getting punched in the throat 3 times just to get this $10 bill. I don't think it's worth it. And you stop. You stop. You stop. You're like, no, I don't want to get punched in the throat anymore. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to. I don't want to be. That's why they made me so mad when they changed over the passive. Dude, pissed me off so bad. I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, so Toxic Claws is now tied into that crappy ability that nobody wants to use. The one that literally only worked by bugs. The only way that Shred has ever worked in the history of Diablo IV, the only way it has ever worked is bugs. They fixed all the bugs. It sucks now. Like, it's not a good ability anymore. You could use it. You can, like, struggle with it. Like, I was able to clear, like, Torment 4 with it, barely. With, like, immensely good gear. It's just not a good ability. The poisoning damage on it doesn't even do good damage. It's awful. It has some sort of weird snapshotting issue. Like where the poison damage snapshots low. Snapshots in the wrong direction. In the bad direction. I don't know if there's any other Sorceress builds I want to do. It could be funny to try a minion Sorceress. Now that the familiars are technically, or the these guys are technically summons, you could potentially try and do like a whole summon build. Just grab like all 4 of these, run all 4 familiars, get like primordial binding, grab grab all the witch powers that summon to, scale them with the same damage. Get the fire bats, you know, fire bats, and have like have a bunch of other silly stuff, and use like the grow powers to get your familiars to grow larger. Use your witch power, your witch Viagra. Gotta get that. See that witch Viagra there? The hell would a summon like sorceress even look like? I don't even understand. I'm like, in my head I'm thinking about it, but like in my head I'm also completely unaware of what you would actually do to make it worthwhile. I mean, you've got Elemental Summoner, which gives you conjuration skills, have reduced mana cost, blah blah blah, bonus damage. I mean, I suppose you would go with Frigid Fate for the multiplier. Fundamental Release also. I mean, you'd have basically every element type, so probably the Enchantment Master. Or the Enlightenment ability. I'd probably end up going Enlightenment. Cody. You guys to go Pep-a-doo? You guys to do that, Pep? You let out a really bad fart earlier. Smelled like death. And apples. Have you been eating apples? You haven't been eating apples, haven't you? I talk to Cody sometimes, and he's very expressive with his eyes when you talk to him. Like, if you pay attention, he's very expressive. Cody, come here. Come here. I'll give you the thumbs. You want the thumbs? He said, no, I want the thumbs. He said, we got. Come on. Come on. I got the thumbs for you. Come on. Got the thumbs. Come on. You gotta come up here and get your thumbs. For your tumblies. There you go. Gonna crunch it down. What do you think it ain't? That's good. Tastes like thumbs. He said maybe. He's being a goodest boy. He's being him goodest. Or he's being him baddest. Alright, ready? You guys watch his eyes. You ready? Watch. Cody. Do you want to? Would you like a beefum stick? Do you like beefum sticks? Do you like these? Are these good? Cody, do you like beefum sticks? Do you love your mama? He said, give me that beefum stick. That's a beefum stick, and I like them. You like these beefum sticks? The little beefum stick? You want to show everybody how good of a boy you are? You want to show them how goodest? Are you ready? Leave it. Leave it. Say him how goodest he is. He knows. He said, I'll lick it though. He said, leave it doesn't mean I can't lick it. Yes. That's the goodest boy. That's the goodest. You did the goodest. Yeah, you did good. That's a good job. You did a good job. That's the goodest boy. That's some goodest. That's some goodest boy. And then let's pat it like this, and then give you some pats, and then let's go and rub them ears like this, and do some ear rubs. And then we're gonna ask you a question, Cody. Do you like tacos? Cody, do you like chinchillas? He said, no, I want to get down. He said, you messing with my stuff. He's drooling all right, all over me. That's what he did. He drooled all over me. Drooly boy. Drooly Batooly. Well, I pretty much just like been killing it build wise. What the hell is that? I don't even know what that is. Are these like really old ones? This one doesn't even have a name. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got more in there. Seems to be something missing. Oh, there's 9, 10, 11. What's with these old ones? Meta builds. Ball lightning. Some balls for your lightning. Some lightning for your balls. Earth build with a petrify staff? I don't know. I saw that they changed it. Like, I'd seen that. I seen that they changed it. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, it's finally looking halfway decent, I suppose. When you hit a healthy enemy with Earth skill, petrify them for 3 seconds. Petrifying an enemy additionally deals X physical damage. It can trigger against bosses once every 5 seconds. So basically just gives you a way to like add additional damage in. I don't even know. I don't know. I really don't even know about that one. Shattered Vow was amazing. There's definitely some builds you could do with Shattered Vow. There's a lot of builds you could potentially do. I only made like 13 builds, and it's still like 1,000 more builds I could potentially build. These witchcraft powers are pretty neat too. They're gonna make they're probably gonna make everything super easy. And Cody just stole some chocolate. Well, if you die, you die. That's your fault. Don't even know where you got that from. Probably stole it out of this box over here while I wasn't looking. Thievery. Cody's a thief. Him's a thieving. He's a thieving thief. Thieving. I don't think there's enough chocolate in there to really do him any harm. Alright, let's post these builds up on Doojank. Let's make a post. Let's put them in the Discord too for everybody. And we're going to pop over here to the YouTube channel. And we're going to make a community post. But y'all. Ugh. Formatting. Boom. Alright, they're posted in Discord, and they're also posted on the YouTube channel, so if you guys can have access to them, they're also in this video in the description. I'm going to get ready for tomorrow, and I'm going to get a good nap, because I'm going to be up all day streaming. I will be here for lunch, obviously. Hopefully we'll have some other people with us tomorrow, because, you know, we got a whole like kinship, so we got a couple people signed up on the sheet, at least like 4 or 5 or 6 plus me. Hopefully we'll have some groups going. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me. Be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button if you enjoy the content, and as always, keep watching.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And